Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
They had hopes for me, and they could see their hopes being shattered because I was not good at anything. Now I realize that that is the best way to be. When you are good at nothing, you can try everything. So my father brought me to big bad Mumbai. I was coming all the way from the backwaters of Balia to Mumbai was a big shock, literally, in terms of the kind of things I saw. Then one fine day I got fed up with my struggle. I said, to hell with it, enough is enough. So I wrote a job application to the #1 advertising agency in the country, and all it said was, I need a haircut. If you can give me a job, I can get a haircut. That's it. Javed Sahab, who saw the film in the trial, Javed and Shabana, he asked Amol, who's the writer? He didn't ask any other question. So he said, go and tell your friend he should not hit me in my stomach. In Hindi, usko bolo mere pet pe laat mat mare. You are not important.
Very true.
None of these people are important. That names I took.
Right.
Who's important? The man who's going to pay 300 rupees from his hard-earned money to buy the damn ticket to watch your damn film. In that fraction of a second, Osho looked at me. And I said, maybe that is the moment the connection happened. And whether I realized it or not, Osho had taken me in, period. Of course, the initiation happened much later, but the love happened at that moment from his side. And to waking us up, he had to hammer hard. We were asleep. Humanity was asleep, in a deep sleep. The world was in a mess. The world is still in a mess, which is what makes Osho relevant even today and even in the future. Osho looked at my father and he said, I take responsibility of his mother. And his eyes were like, what else God could be if there is a God? I was reminded of this statement by Lord Krishna in the Gita, where he says कि तुम्हारा योग क्षेम मैं वहन करता हूँ. Your well-being is my responsibility. I bear it. That's what Osho said. It was not easy being Osho Sanyasi.
Oh yes.
Because he was so controversial. He was talking against Gandhi, against socialism, against everything that the society respected, honored, revered, worshipped. He was shattering all idols. Amitabh Bachchan offered his autograph book for Osho's signature, for Osho to sign. And Osho wrote in that, live your life as if it is acting, and act as if it is your life. Harivansh Rai Bachchan had said that you are going to be assassinated. You are so controversial, you are so blunt. You are going to die. Like Socrates. Like they killed Socrates, they will kill you because you are trying to tell the truth. And Osho laughed. He says, yes, I know that. Osho was very particular that don't ever change a word in what I say. And when we ask them, look, you have used the wrong name, so can we change? No, my mistakes are my mistakes. You can't change my names. Do not change anything in my words. Only add punctuation. The womb of the mother, like a mother gets a baby, a master gets a disciple.
Yes.
And master helps you grow inside him. You become a part of the master. When you become a disciple, you become a part of the master. and it helps your growth, like a baby grows inside a woman's womb. And when the master leaves the body, the master enters the disciple's womb. The whole thing is reversed. The
क्या बात है?
whole process is reversed. That
Very-
now the master has become a part of the disciple. Basically, Osho was about freedom. Freedom to choose. You choose what you want to do. And be ready for the consequences. Yourself, your choice.
सोलफुल नमस्ते और जय ओशो।
Jai.
सोल सत्संग टीम की ओर से हम आप सभी का आज के विशेष कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं, जहां हमारे साथ हैं एक बहुत ही खास मेहमान श्री कमलेश पांडे जी उर्फ स्वामी आनंद कमलेश जी। कमलेश पांडे जी एक दूरदर्शी कहानीकार हैं जो भारतीय सिनेमा के सबसे प्रसिद्ध और सम्मानित पटकथा लेखक और एडवर्टाइजिंग जगत के कॉपीराइटर्स में से एक है। 3 दशकों से अधिक के अपने करियर में श्री पांडे जी ने 1987 में फिल्मों के लिए लिखना शुरू किया और उन्होंने 40 से भी अधिक फिल्मों की पटकथाएं लिखी हैं, जिनमें कई आइकॉनिक बॉलीवुड ब्लॉकबस्टर भी शामिल हैं और उन्हें तेजाब के लिए फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड, सौदागर के लिए स्टार स्क्रीन अवार्ड और रंग दे बसंती के लिए आईफा अवार्ड जैसे प्रतिष्ठित सम्मानों से नवाजा गया है। उन्होंने फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को आकार देने में भी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाई है। वे फिल्म राइटर्स एसोसिएशन, इंडियन डॉक्यूमेंट्री प्रोड्यूसर एसोसिएशन और उत्तर प्रदेश के फिल्म विकास परिषद के सदस्य रहे हैं। इसके अलावा उन्होंने सुभाष घई के विस्लिंग वुड इंटरनेशनल में विजिटिंग फैकल्टी के रूप में भी योगदान दिया है, जहां वे आने वाली पीढ़ी के पटकथा लेखकों का मार्गदर्शन देते रहे हैं। स्वामी आनंद कमलेश जी को जो सबसे अलग बनाता है वह है उनकी आध्यात्मिक गहराई। विवादास्पद परंतु प्रभावशाली गुरु ओशो रजनीश के शिष्य के रूप में स्वामी आनंद कमलेश जी की रचनात्मकता में दार्शनिक और आध्यात्मिक दृष्टिकोण समाया हुआ है। ओशो की शिक्षाओं से प्रेरित उनकी जीवन दृष्टि उनकी कहानियों में एक अलग दृष्टिकोण लाती है, जो समाज, सिनेमा और अध्यात्म के संगम का अन्वेषण करती है। तो आइए आज उनके सोल सत्संग का आनंद लेते हैं। ओवर टू यू कृष्णा जी।
Jai Osho, Jai Gurudev. Soul Satsang team welcomes everyone to today's very special program with Mr. Kamlesh Pandey, also known as Swami Anand Kamlesh ji. Mr. Kamlesh Pandey is a visionary storyteller, one of the most celebrated and awarded screenwriters and copywriters in Indian cinema. With a career spanning over 30 years, Mr. Pandey began writing films in 1987 and has written more than 40 films, including many Iconic Bollywood blockbusters. His exceptional talent has earned him prestigious accolades such as the Filmfare Award for Tezaab, the Star Screen Award for Saudagar, and the IIFA Award for Rang De Basanti. Beyond the silver screen, he has played an active role in shaping the film industry as a member of the Film Writers Association, the Indian Documentary Producers Association, and the Uttar Pradesh Film Development Council. He has also shared his expertise as a visiting faculty at Subhash Ghai's Whistling Woods International, mentoring the next generation of screenwriters. Swami Anand Kamlesh stands out because of his deep spirituality. He is a disciple of the controversial yet influential guru Osho Rajneesh. Mr. Pandey's creative work is deeply infused with philosophical and spiritual insights. Swami Anand Kamleshji's worldview, shaped by Osho's teachings, brings a profound perspective to his storytelling, exploring the intersections of society, cinema, and spirituality. It is Soul Satsang team's absolute honor to welcome a very distinguished presence of our very special guest, Swami Anand Kamleshji, and our host, Nobody Benevola Rane, also known as Hitendra Ranaji. Let us enjoy the Soul Satsang with Swami Anand Kamleshji. Please take over the stage, Hitendraji.
Jai Osho, soulful namaste, Swamiji. Welcome to Soul Satsang.
My pleasure. My pleasure to
Same.
meet some new friends from USA and some Osho sannyasis and lovers. It is
Absolutely.
a wonderful feeling that how far Osho's work has reached and how many hearts it has stimulated and inspired. It's
Very,
wonderful. It's just a wonderful. Yeah.
very, very true. And talking to our Osho lovers from all around the world,
Yeah.
I just want to say Jai Osho, and we listen to your request. After having four one after another sessions with Swami Shailendra Saraswati ji and Ma Amrit Priya
Yeah.
ji on Eternal Osho, we listen
Yeah.
to your request and we are bringing Swami Anand Kamlesh ji for you to continue the saga of Osho's journey, because Osho is ocean. We cannot fit him in a bucket or in a lake. So it will continue regardless of time, beyond time. And that's why we gave
Yeah.
the name
Yeah.
Eternal Osho to our first program. And today, as we have heard the beautiful introduction of Swami Anand Kamlesh ji, I can assure you that you are going to fall in love with Swamiji and his words, his stories, and his
Yeah.
creation, simply because he has so much to share with us and inspire
Yeah.
us, because what he has achieved in his life, from personal, professional, and spiritual domain, is something that we are dreaming of. And we want to learn and get inspired by the live experience, life stories of such legends who are bringing not how you say updesh, but who are bringing the exemplary lifestyle to our life, who are bringing the teachings and guidance for us, that how we should make decision, how we should interpret Osho's teachings. So that is the purpose. Let us go and dive into the interview. He has so many things to share with us. Swamiji, are you ready?
I am. I am. Please. Yeah.
So, as we always start your journey from childhood so that we can know you better, please tell us a little bit about your personal life and some childhood memories, Swamiji.
I come from a village in the North India, in Balia district, a small village called Hansnagar.
Acha.
And it had only one primary school, and the school was under the tree. The school
Wow.
had one ramshackle building which was meant for only higher classes. So, but when we got admitted, like in the first standard and so on, we used to study under the tree.
Wow.
And the most interesting part was that there was a bamboo grove next to the school. So
Wow.
any student who made a mistake and teacher wanted to punish, he would ask the same student to go to the bamboo grove and cut a branch of the bamboo stick, to
Uh-huh.
beat the same student. So we used to go and take the stick from the bamboo grove to get ourselves beaten up by the teacher. It was a convenient, the bamboo grove was so convenient for our teachers. And
Yeah.
yes, of course, I'm talking about, a long time back, and uh,
Early
uh,
60s,
uh,
50s, late 50s.
early 50s, where when education system in this country was so far behind, and the only way to teach a student was to punish the student. I
Absolutely.
mean, there was no
The
learning
mindset.
without punishment. Even the families, even the parents thought that unless we get punished, we will not learn.
Yeah, beaten up.
So it was taken as a kind of certificate that if you get punished, that means you must be learning something. But in my case, not very frequently, because my grandfather was a very respected man in the village.
Uh-huh.
He was the only educated person in the village.
Uh-huh.
So he used to read the letters coming into the village for anybody, and used to write the reply himself. So it was my job to go all over the village, inform the people to come to listen to my grandfather reading the letters they have received, and
Wow.
also writing the reply. So because he was the only educated person, he
Right.
had some respect. So I didn't get much punishment. Only once, I think the subject was mathematics, arithmetic, let's say. And the teacher was a little, rough kind. And he didn't care much, whose grandson I was.
Right.
So he asked me to go and pick a bamboo stick from the groove, and he hit me in my hand. My hand went red. I think I must have been 7 or 8 around that time, and I got a red welt on my hand, a red
Uh-huh.
welt. So when I
Uh-huh.
came home, my grand uncle, who mostly worked in the farms,
Right.
we had some farms
Right.
next to the village. He saw it and said, "What is this? What
Uh-huh.
happened to this?" So when I said, "Look, I made a mistake, and the teacher punished me, and he hit me with his stick." I said, "Okay." So he came the next day. He came to the school
So,
with me, and he gave a hard slap to the teacher.
oh my God.
My grand uncle, how dare you hit my grandson? How
Uh,
dare you hit?
oh my
And
God.
so on and so forth. He abused him profusely. He accused the teacher and slapped him. After that, the teacher never dared again to punish me, and so on and so forth. But yes, it was it's still a very cute village. I still go once a year to my village to
Oh,
meet my old friends who were schoolmates at that time. And it hasn't really changed much. And the village was just next to the river Ganges.
okay.
The Ganga was just next to the village. So the first thing you learned was how to swim. Otherwise, you will drown. So everything, our entire life was linked to the Ganges. To have baths, all the worships and puja and everything. But the Ganges was also wild. So once in a while, it will come in flood, and the whole village, half the village will go down in the river. It
Whoa.
happened many times in my childhood when the half the village went down in the river, the whole village had to be rebuilt.
Wow.
All the huts and, walls, mud walls and so on. But it wasn't painful because we had nothing to compare. The
Yeah.
pain starts when you start comparing ki somebody is better than you, somebody is better off, has a better house and so on, a better lifestyle. Then you feel a little bad. Ki, okay,
Right.
how come I don't have that? But we didn't have that. Everybody was poor.
Right.
All of us were poor, and that made no difference at all. Ki, okay, who's getting beaten up in the school and who is not getting beaten up. And that really helped because we never had any idea, yes, there can be another lifestyle or a better lifestyle or a better place and so on. Luckily for me, my father was sent, in spite of the poverty and everything else, was sent to UK, sent to London
Oh.
to study
Mm-hmm.
law. So he went to London to study, and he was the first man among the 50, 60 villages who left the village and went to London to study. And
क्या
that
बात.
was a big achievement. And I got all the importance. So it was my father. I was the elder son. It was my father. and he went to London to study. And so I was introduced in the school. They, okay, he's the boy whose father has gone to London to study.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है. This is
So,
really interesting. This
yeah,
is
yeah. So I wouldn't say it was a struggle because, as I said, there was no comparison. We accepted life as it came. We accepted death as it came. We accepted suffering as it came.
right, right.
We accepted everything, the good things and the bad things, and sometimes even very bad things, like when we got a flood and the half the village sank overnight. I remember that night. I must have been in the fourth standard. And suddenly, in the middle of the night, started hearing the sound that the chunks of the village was going down in the river,
Wow.
and the river was coming close every minute, and I will be our house next.
Wow.
So there was a big chaos because the the village had no banks. We didn't have any banks. We didn't
Right.
even have safe. We didn't have a safe. So what the women used to do, they used to hide their gold and their
Jewelry.
jewelry in the wall.
Ah,
They were all mud walls. You could open a hole in the mud wall,
right,
hide
right.
your jewelry, and keep it plastered for safety. My grandmother was going around the house trying to find where she had hidden the jewelry because the Ganges was coming back to take it all away. Oh my God, I remember that night. What a chaos. And I had hidden some, we used to make our own toys. We didn't have any shop to buy toys. So we used to make our own toys with clay, with raw clay from the river. And I had hidden some of the my favorite toys in the wall of the house. And I was only desperate to save my toys and not to bother about anything else. So I took my books and my notebooks and started digging up the wall. And my grandfather was my he was trying to pull me away. Ki, look, the river is coming. The house is going to go down in the river. Come, come. And but I said, just hang on, I have to take my toys. So at that age, the toys I had made for myself were the most important thing for me. It
Yes.
was the most expensive thing for me because I
Great.
had made them with my own hands.
Yes.
We couldn't buy toys. So finally I managed to get my toys out of the wall. And then my grandfather pulled me away to safety, and my grandfather and my mother and everybody else. So yes, it was it was a whole lot of struggle, but we didn't realize it was struggle. Now, of course, thinking back, we realize, oh my God, how did we survive in such
Yes.
a situation? How could we live? But we
Also,
lived. Everybody lived.
your
Everybody
children
lived.
cannot see it that way because
No,
this is
they can't. They
first
can't.
decade, first
Yeah,
decade
yeah,
after
yeah,
our
yeah.
freedom of India, you know. This
In,
is
in fact, when Vihan was about 8 or 9 year old, we
uh-huh.
had gone to the village. Vihan and my younger son Ishan, both of them. And the first time Vihan saw cow dung on the ground, I
Yeah.
said, and for him it was a discovery. In
Yes.
Bombay, you don't see cow dung on the road.
No, in
Said,
Bombay we just hear bullshit. We
yeah,
don't
bullshit.
see it.
So for him, it was the whole village was a discovery. Oh my God, you used to live here.
Very.
Why? I said, of course, that was my childhood. Your you are in a way lucky because you are spending your childhood in Mumbai city, one of the most advanced cities in the country, and financial capital and so on. And you got a one of the best schools to go to. I didn't have that luxury. I didn't have that the choice. But whatever we had, we used it. That's where we come from. And I still go back to my village sometimes, uh, if possible once a year, if not once a year, maybe once every 2 years. But I like to maintain the link and the connection because it's still home. It's where we come from. It has my roots, and every nook and corner of the village is so familiar, and the people and the faces is unbelievable. So that is my childhood.
I want to dedicate something to your story, a
Yeah.
little song. मेरा नाम राजू घराना अनाम, मेरा नाम राजू घराना अनाम, बहती है गंगा जहाँ मेरा गांव, मेरा नाम राजू. तो that is the story of your childhood, but we can compare today that the world has moved in a totally different direction, what we call progress.
Mm.
Sometimes it is a questionable thing, is it real progress or demotion, because in those days, even though as you are mentioning, we did not have much of the comfort and luxury or facilities or wealth, but still people were living like a family, as you said. In the small villages or in the small township, there will be only few people who will be educated,
Yeah.
who can read the letter or who can write the things, as well as sometimes there is only one phone where there is emergency, people will come to that house.
I'll give you one incredible example.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
One incredible example.
Mhm.
I mean, not only the letters, even the money orders.
Yes.
Some people had their sons working abroad, like in Assam and somewhere. And
Yeah.
the money order used to come in the name of my grandfather.
क्या
And
बात
he would ask me to go to the person to bring him back. And he would give him the money. Beyond that, my only my family had the matchbox. Imagine matchbox. So
है?
in
Yeah.
the evening, my mother would light the stove,
Uh-huh.
the mud stove, to
Uh-huh.
to do the cooking.
Right,
And the
right.
women of the village will come for the fire.
क्या बात है?
Yeah, with dried, dung cakes, the dry
हाँ.
dung cakes. They would
हाँ.
come and they will take a little, burning coal on the
हाँ.
dung cake. But that was also an excuse to get together in the evening, all the women of the village
और कोई
with
commune
my
type
mother,
है.
share gossip and
Right.
take the fire from my house to their house to cook. So one family's fire was actually doing the cooking in every house, whole of the village. In every stove, it was fire from my house. But that is how the village stayed together. You share a gossip, you share news, you share good things and bad things, or whatever one was going on. And that's why nobody ever went hungry, because my mother would know if a woman comes to take fire, obviously he will say, "Oh,
He
we
will
don't
cook.
have anything for today."
Mm.
So my mother would give something, whatever, my grandmother, obviously, some milk or some grains, some atta, some, something. So the it was a very strange way of communicating by just getting the fire, a piece of coals, a few burning coals on a dry dung cake to take home to light up your own stove. But that fire kept the fire burning in all homes. So nobody went hungry.
वो एक गाना है ना, एक प्रेयर है, ज्योत से ज्योत
Yeah.
जगाते
Yeah.
चलो,
Yeah, it was
ज्योत से
like that.
ज्योत
It was
जलाते
like that. It was
चलो,
like that.
प्रेम की
Beautiful.
गंगा बहाते चलो. But I like that commune mentality.
Yeah.
I like that family mentality, and I
Yeah.
like that people were not different. People were one family, even though
Yeah.
they are coming from different families, and that is
Yeah.
the real identity of Hamara Bharat.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. 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 Sure.
simplicity of that love and that unconditional love without any competition, but more with
Yeah. Yeah.
cooperation, more with
Yeah.
the cooperation.
Yeah.
That's what I like. Thank you for sharing these beautiful memories. And
Mm.
probably not young people, but people of your generation will feel very close to your story. They must
Yeah.
remember these days from their childhood, that yes, I have something similar. To be honest, until I was 15-year-old, we were also using the charcoal and wood for cooking at home when I was in Gujarat in India. So that was the old days in villages and in small towns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful story. बहुत अच्छी याद आ गई आपके बचपन के साथ, कई लोगों को अपने बचपन की भी याद आ गई। थैंक यू।
Yeah.
We'll move on the next question. So then you probably went to Mumbai for studies?
No, not really. From the village, I went to first Jabalpur and then finally to Allahabad, now
Oh, okay.
Prayagraj, for further education.
Right, right. Okay.
Because Bombay was much later. Bombay was 1965.
Oh, okay.
So in the 60s, late 50s and early 60s, I went to Jabalpur and then Kanpur. Then because my father was in UK, he
Uh-huh.
had no jobs. I was still studying. After he came back after studies, it took him a long time to find a job at
Right,
that time. So because my father was jobless, there was no way to support my studies. So
right.
I used to stay with my uncle,
Uh-huh.
who was the elder brother of my father, and his job was always being transferred from town to town. So
Okay.
my study went on from, say, from the village to Jabalpur to Allahabad to Kanpur, then back to Allahabad. So I used to travel. So that's why I could never make friends for life. And I was always in one town, maybe couple of years at the most, and then move on.
Right, right.
So finally, I think after I did my 12th, and I
Uh-huh.
was not good at anything, not good at maths, not good at science. There was no speciality in me, and I was or rather ordinary student. The only thing I was good at was my language.
Mm-hmm.
I could write well Hindi,
क्या बात है?
not English. English was like an alien language, totally is so scary. We used to be scared of English.
क्या बात?
But Hindi, yes, of course, and my drawing. I
Uh-huh.
was very good at drawing. So I really had no future because I couldn't become an engineer or a doctor. There was one possibility of joining the defense forces,
Uh-huh.
the National Defense Academy. But even that became a little difficult because it required physical fitness,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't have the kind of physical fitness required for the army or air force or navy. So that option was out. I did try. I failed.
Right.
I failed literally. So my family was very worried what to do. And I was the eldest son in the family who was supposed to take the responsibility in the future. I was the eldest son, and everybody had invested in my future. They had hopes for me, and they could see their hopes being shattered because I was not good at anything. I mean, if I was very good at drawing, what kind of future I can look forward to? Become a painter. A painter has no future in this country. And maybe a Hindi writer, even a Hindi writer had no future in the country. Both options had zero future, literally. So my family was very worried what to do with this guy who's good for nothing. So I was actually good for nothing, and now I realize that that is the best way to be. When you are good at nothing, you can try everything.
Very, very true.
All the doors are open to you because there's no fixed door. There's no fixed door for you that you have chosen, like medicine or engineering or this or that. Anyway, our options were very limited those days in the late 60s. So, but because I was not good at anything, almost all the doors had possibilities for me. So
Very,
somebody
very.
suggested to my father that because his drawing is good, so if he can join this Sir J.J. Institute of Applied Art in Mumbai, where they train artists to become art directors and visualizers in advertising,
Mm-hmm.
and if he gets a diploma, he can easily get a job in advertising in Mumbai.
Very beautiful.
So my father brought me to big bad Mumbai, which was like coming to New York from nowhere.
Right.
I can imagine when people come from villages and small towns to New York or to US, what they must be going through. I had to go through that because
Very.
coming all the way from the backwaters of Balia to
Uh-huh.
Mumbai was a big shock, literally, in terms
Very,
of the kind of things I saw. Anyway, I got my admission in JJ. I Our hostel used to be on the sea face, Bandra Bandstand in Mumbai, if you know the
wow.
place.
Beautiful place.
It was an old army barracks. They were old army barracks, so all furniture was in iron, iron
Uh-huh.
beds, iron chair, iron table, iron everything.
Yeah.
All and infested with bed bugs, infested with bed bugs. Now we
Oh, wow.
couldn't afford anything to treat the bed bugs.
Very true.
Uh, it is off. Yeah. So uh, we used to light up our iron beds, wrapping newspaper around the bed, and light up every Sunday. So the whole hostel every Sunday had this series of beds on fire.
Wow.
Series of beds on fire because we were getting rid of the bed bugs.
Yes, yes, yes.
But
It,
it was amazing because in early years of Bombay was so exciting, so stimulating, and so educating. Actually, whole life opened in front of us. What is life? From
yeah.
the place I came was a very different place. Here, people were always running, competing, fighting, struggling to do something. So I joined JJ, and but the syllabus of JJ was 50 years behind times. It
Wow.
belonged to the British days,
Uh-huh.
and advertising had gone ahead. I said, "Why are you teaching us this ancient syllabus?
Uh-huh.
Advertising needs a very advanced, very modern system."
Right.
So I used to get into arguments almost on a daily basis with my teachers and professors. And I used to be thrown out of the class, get out. And for some strange reason, I used to land up at libraries,
Uh-huh.
USIS, American Center, British Council. And that's what got me into, for some strange reason, read about movies. Those were
Uh,
the times where a new kind of cinema was coming up in India.
right.
You know, not art cinema, but let's say off mainstream.
Uh-huh.
Off mainstream cinema was coming up because it was heavily influenced by European cinema. Hollywood
Mhm.
was almost dead.
Right.
Mainstream in India was working very well, the mainstream cinema. But compared to that, this cinema was new cinema, new way of storytelling,
Mhm.
a new way of looking at things in life. And there are great directors, Mani Kol, Kumar Sani, Vasu Chatterjee, Vasu Bhattacharya, whole lot. So I
Right.
used to read about movies. And now, of course, I used to read about advertising as well.
Right. Right. Right.
After 3 years, JJ got fed up with me and I got fed up with JJ. So I dropped out.
Mhm.
I refused to, I didn't get my diploma. I didn't complete. It was a 4 year course. After
Uh-huh.
3 years, I dropped out. I didn't complete the course to get a diploma. So for the next 4 years were the best years of my life and the worst years of my life. Worst in the way of, say, like, usual thing, like you go hungry for days, you don't
Yes.
have money to, and those days, the experience of those days are actually the the bank I still draw from. That
Right.
is the bank I still draw from my experiences. For example, once what happened was for 2 weeks, I had I had to go hungry because I had no money.
Mhm.
And my father used to send some money, every month. But that month, he put the address wrong on the money order,
Uh-oh.
wrong address. So the money order never reached me. And I was not in the habit of borrowing money from anybody. So I went hungry for 2 weeks. Then I sent a message to my father that I have not received the money. What happened? He realized that he made a mistake. So he said ki maybe he wrote the wrong Bombay number. So
Oh,
the money order ended up in another, very far away in Sion.
oh, okay.
Uh, and I didn't have the money for a ticket for the bus. So I had to walk all the way from Journey Road, Thakurdwar, to Sion to get my money order. So I had my friend Mangesh Kulkarni.
Uh-huh.
Became a Marathi writer later on, very good
Uh-huh.
writer. He was with me. मैंने कहा you come along in case something happens to me, I fall down, you will help me. So he came along with me and we went to the post office and we said, there is maybe a money order for Mr. Kamlesh Pandey. Yes, yes, we have, and we were going to return it back. No, 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 he's here, and the address was written wrong. The Bombay number was wrong. So he said, okay, you show me an ID, then we will pay you. I didn't
Right.
have any ID. So my friend got very angry, said, idiot, can't you look at his face? This man has been hungry for 15 days. Isn't that enough ID for that money order? What more
Right.
ID you need? He is real himself. It's not a photograph, he's a real person. Because look at his face, and that's his ID to deserve it. Finally, the postman gave him the money. Anyway, so after 4 years of going through this amazing best and the worst time of my life,
Mhm.
I remember, when I was writing a show for television, and there was one scene where the hero,
Mhm.
the hero says ki hunger makes you suffer only for 3 days. Because after 3 days, the body gets adjusted. It adjusts itself. The body
Right.
starts eating itself.
Right.
That's why you lose weight. When you stop eating, you lose weight because the body starts eating itself.
It's own time. Mhm.
And you don't feel actually hungry. After 3 days, you don't feel hunger. Actually, that's an amazing experience. That is why all the people who do long fasting, for me, that's no admiration for them because
Mhm.
they're not feeling hungry after 3 days.
Right.
And they and because now they are eating themselves, they are actually non-vegetarians. So all people who are fasting are basically non-vegetarians because my friend, you are eating yourself. Your body is eating itself anyway. So I wrote a dialogue for him that for 3 days you can suffer the hunger for 3 days, but you have to suffer the memory of hunger all your life.
Very, very true.
All your life. So
Very
that
true.
is the kind of lines and experiences that those the worst days, worst 4 years gave me, and also the best to know about life and the struggle of life. And then one fine day I got fed up with my struggle. I said, to hell with it, enough is enough. So I wrote a job application to the number one advertising agency in the country, Hindustan Thompson at that time, but now it's called J. Water Thompson.
Uh-huh.
And my application today is a kind of iconic record in world of advertising as a job application because
Uh-huh.
all it said, what you call a CV,
Uh-huh.
all it said was, I need a haircut. If you can give me a job, I can get a haircut. That's it. I need a haircut. Give me a job so I can get a haircut.
क्या बात है?
With my luck. So, because I think Osho has a conspiracy in this situation,
Uh-huh.
how I got my job.
Uh-huh.
So this man who received my application was an Australian, Murray Bale. Now
Uh-huh.
Murray Bale today is one of the leading novelists of Australia, Murray
Wow.
Bale. He
Uh-huh.
was the head of creative in Hindustan Thompson at that time. My luck, my application landed in the hand of Australian, not an Indian. An Indian would have really thrown it out into pieces. He wouldn't have
Right.
bothered. This man called.
क्या बात है?
This man, the phone number I had given where I was staying, there was only one phone.
Uh-huh.
He he called me. I said, "Look, I don't have anything now, but please be in touch with me after three months."
Uh-huh.
I said, I thought only I was mad, but this man is even worse. And he is the head of creative of the number one advertising agency in the country.
Right.
And he's offering me there may be a hope after 3 months.
That is big
So,
thing.
yeah. So I couldn't believe it. So after 3 months, around April, I think, April 1970, I called him back. Look, you have said that, to get back after 3 months. So here I am. So he's
Uh-huh.
invited me. He called me and he gave me a copy test, what they call in advertising copy tests.
Mhm.
The copy test was interesting because it gave him an idea what I am capable of,
Very true.
something that even I was not aware. I used to read a lot because I was a member of all the libraries, three, four libraries. My weekly quota of reading books was 8 books a week. 8 books a week I used to
Wow.
read, and all English, and that's how my English got so much
Improved.
better.
Mhm.
So the copy test he gave me was that there was a Shakespeare play going to happen in Mumbai, and whenever there is a play, they have a brochure coming out, a
Mhm.
brochure, and in the
Right.
brochure, the sponsors release ads.
Uh-huh.
Sponsors who sponsor the play, they give ad in the brochure, and that's how the play gets the funding.
Indeed.
So there was an ad from ACC Cement
Okay.
to appear in the brochure, which was for a Shakespeare play. So Murray asked me, "Ki, Kamlesh, can you find anything common between cement and Shakespeare?
Wow.
Cement and Shakespeare."
Yes.
I said, "Let me try."
Uh-huh.
And he gave me half an hour to do the test.
Wow.
So because I was good at drawing,
Uh-huh.
so I wrote a headline that said, if Shakespeare were a bricklayer,
Uh-huh.
his work would have still survived time because he knew the secret, concrete base. Concrete base. And I showed Shakespeare in the drawing laying bricks, and every brick was one of his play.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
So Murray said, not bad. So then he asked me, how much salary are you expecting? Now,
Uh-huh.
at that time, all my friends and my colleagues who had got their diploma, who had completed the 4 year course, got the
Uh-huh.
diploma, were getting about 150 rupees a month, at the most 175 rupees a month. That was the optimum salary they were getting. One of
Right.
my friends who was a gold medalist, he was getting 175 rupees a month.
Wow.
And he was a gold medalist in
Not
JJ.
even $200.
So I said, what to ask for? I don't have a diploma. My gold medalist friend is getting 175 rupees a month. What to ask for? Maybe 50 rupees, 100 rupees. What to ask for? So I kept quiet. And first time in my life, I realized how silence can be gold. How silence can be gold.
Yes.
Because Murray said, I can offer you 500 rupees a month.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Maybe I heard it wrong. Is it 500 or 50 or what? It couldn't be 500 because I don't even have the diploma. So I still kept quiet.
Uh-huh.
Murray said, okay, but Kamlesh, I can't do better than 800 rupees a month.
You are getting more, four times of your friend.
So silence is golden. Silence is gold, pure gold. So at the time when my gold medalist friends were getting 175 rupees a month, I started getting 800 rupees a month without having a diploma from JJ.
That is a big leap.
So much later, when I became a name in advertising, one of the most awarded writer in advertising,
Uh-huh.
they invited me as a chief guest in their annual functions, JJ,
Uh-huh.
honorable chief guest.
Wow.
And I told the students, At that time, I'm talking about 1976, I think,
Uh-huh.
कि if you leave JJ, you are better off. Look at me. I'm example that leaving JJ makes you a better advertising man than staying in JJ.
Right.
So they got very upset. They refused to invite me for a long time. Of course, much later they did invite me as a chief guest. So yes, leaving JJ actually got me my job.
Right.
A strange coincidence. I was admitted in JJ to find a job, and leaving JJ got me the job as a writer and equal to any art director in number one agency in town. And that started something, a journey, a journey into creativity, into uh, a professional life, and into a demanding life, because in advertising, everything is wanted yesterday.
Right.
Everyone who knows in advertising knows that in advertising, everything is wanted yesterday.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, yes, how to be responsible, how to deliver when it is required on time. And the whole world was open to me. I remember, I was the junior most writer in Hindustan Thompson, and we had a client called Bombay Dyeing. Bombay Dyeing was, into textiles,
Fitting certain, yeah.
big time at those. I'm talking about 1971, 72, around that time.
Up to late 80s, it was very popular.
Yeah. So at that time, it was one of our big clients in HTA, Hindustan Thompson's, and Mr. Nasli Wadia was our client. He was the CEO at that time. Now he's no more. His son is running the company.
Mhm.
Nasli had rejected 48 campaigns done by other people in the office, in the copy department.
Mhm.
48 campaigns were rejected
Oh.
by Nasli Wadia. So by that time, I had a new head of creative, Andre Saison.
Mhm.
He was also Britisher, Andre Saison. So Andre was very desperate because 48 campaigns were refused, and that means we are losing heavy billing. We are
Yes.
losing billing, and Bombay Dyeing was a very heavy billing client.
Right,
So
right.
finally, he called me. I was the junior most,
Uh-huh.
and asked me if I can do something. So I said, okay. So I wrote a
Uh-huh.
cinema commercial where, three goons enter a Bombay Dyeing basement shop to
Uh-huh.
steal, to open the safe, to blast open the safe and steal the money.
Uh-huh.
So these three goons enter the basement shop. They light up the dynamite, the wire, and the bomb. They attach it to the safe and so on. And while the wire is burning, the plastic wire is burning, they look at the goodies around, material, shirting
Fabric.
material, saris, bed
Right.
sheets, bed covers, whole, and they go berserk. They start trying them out. They forget the fire, that now the safe is going to be blasted.
Uh-huh.
They forget that. They get busy of, trying out various things. And that was my way of showing the material, showing the brand, Bombay Dyeing, what they offer. And finally, safe is blasted. The safe blast open, and there's nothing inside except that one little slip. Steal the show in Bombay Dyeing. Steal the show in Bombay Dyeing. And Nasli Wadia bought it. He loved it. Said, "This is it. This is what I want." Steal the
Exactly.
show in Bombay. So my cinema commercial, that was my first ad film script.
क्या बात है?
And Andres Hassan liked it so much, he presented me the screenplay of Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, the
Uh,
Hollywood blockbuster,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Paul Newman and Robert Redford classic. For the first time, I looked at it and said, my God, this is how a film script is written.
Uh-huh.
because it was the film script in a book form.
Uh-huh.
And I still have that book that
Yeah.
Andre gave it to me. In fact, and Andre said कि one day, Kamlesh, one day you're going to be a very good script writer.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
And there is an addition to it, for my film Rang De Basanti,
Uh-huh.
my director Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra went to London to do the casting of the
Uh-huh.
Britisher, because there are many British officers in the film. In Rang De Basanti, there are many British officers,
Right.
the police officers, and so on. So he had gone to London to do casting of the British officers,
हाँ जी.
and the casting director was a girl,
Uh-huh.
and Rakesh had given her the script by me, Kamlesh Pandey. So when her father saw the script, bound his script, he said, I know this guy, Kamlesh Pandey. I gave him Bush Cassidy and son. So that's how life works. He
Wow.
was Andre Saisen. So the girl was Andre Saisen's daughter, who was
Yeah.
casting director of my film Rang De Basanti. And
क्या
Andre
बात.
said, Oh, I know. I know. He gave me my first TV commercial script
He's
for
my
my
man.
dying. So life is strange. Life is so strange. Yeah.
This is what my next question was going to be, that what inspired you to change your career from advertising to screenwriting? Because most of the people know you as the screenwriter in Bollywood.
Yeah.
So you like to share some memories
Yeah. Yeah.
and stories from the glamorous world of Bharatiya Chalchitra Jagat, which is Bollywood
Yeah.
movies, and Doordarshan TV, because you have done some work in the Doordarshan
Yeah.
also.
Yeah. Now, what happened was that while in advertising,
Uh-huh.
I was very interested in theater, Hindi theater, Marathi theater, English theater. And Amol Palekar, who I knew from the JJ days because he was studying at JJ Fine Art. I was in applied art, he was in fine art. He's a good painter, very good painter, Amol Palekar.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So sometimes we used to meet in the campus around lunchtime and so on. And he had joined the theater and he was doing plays as an actor. So sometimes he would invite me to watch his plays, Hindi plays, Marathi plays. And I used to go almost regularly because all theater, the most of the audience used to be from advertising because they could afford the ticket.
Very true.
Advertising people were the only people who could afford the tickets to the theater. So
Yes.
all the stage plays, the the majority of the audience was from advertising. So I used to go to watch his plays, became friends. Then he became a film star. We lost touch from 80s, I think. Became the most awarded copywriter in advertising and popular and name and everything. Life was settled, got married, and I had two kids, Vihan and Ishan, and everything was settled. Then one fine day in around 86, I think, when Vihan was about 4 year old or something, I was driving down uh, the Juhu area, and suddenly Amol was coming from the other side. We both stopped the car. Ade, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I said, I have come here to stay at Juhu Gully. Oh, I got a bungalow over here at Juhu Circle. Why don't you come and have lunch with us? When I got a great. So accidentally we met on the road,
Uh-huh.
and then he invited me to his bungalow for a lunch. And he said, look, I'm doing my first Hindi film and I don't have money for the writer. And you don't need money to write because you are already in advertising, you are getting a good salary, your life is settled, you got car, flat, everything. So why don't you write my movie Ankahi?
क्या बात है.
Now Ankahi was a very old-fashioned story. It was, based on some kind of superstition that, whatever astrological predictions are made, they come true.
ज्योतिष शास्त्र पे.
But I didn't like the superstition of the story. I
Uh-huh.
said, why don't we make it a debate between science and superstition?
क्या बात है.
Why don't we make it a debate between science and superstition? So I wrote the dialogues of Ankahi just like that. That the father of the hero is an astrologer. He has predicted that your wife will die in the childbirth. The hero is not yet married. He's in love with another girl, with a girl, and he's worried that if I marry this girl, she will die in the childbirth. So they find another girl, Deepti Naval, who has come from a village, and she's mentally challenged. Some kind of hysteria she goes through. She has some sickness, and her father has brought the girl for treatment to Mumbai and stay with the same family because hero's father and the girl's father are friends, old friends. So the hero gets this mischievous idea that I will marry this girl who has come for the treatment, who's hysterical. She will die. Then I marry the girlfriend I'm in love with.
सही है.
But it just so happens that she doesn't die.
Wow.
And other girl commits suicide. So, but I had the opportunity of a debate between a doctor who was going to operate on the girl who was in
Delivery.
child labor, and the hero's father who was astrologer, science and superstition.
Very true.
What is destiny? What is prediction? Why, what is this whole idea of, people start predicting this will happen and that will happen, and what are these stars? So what I did was, this girl the hero is in love with, she works at the Nehru Museum, the Nehru Planetarium, and they have a show on stars,
Wow.
cosmology. They
Yes,
have
yes.
this wonderful show of stars. So she plays with the stars. And this hero is suffering. The stars in my destiny are predicting that you will die. And the stars that you are playing with in your museum, they tell a different story.
Right.
Anyway, so the whole debate became very interesting. So Javed Saab, who saw the film in the trial, Javed and Shabana, he asked Amol, who is your writer? He didn't ask any other question. He had no
Wow.
comment on the film. Only thing he asked was, who is the writer? He said, a friend of mine from advertising, and I had no money for people like you, like Javed Akhtar. So I took him. So he said, go and tell your friend he should not hit me in my stomach. In Hindi, the Hindi he said was, usko bolo mere पेट पे लात मत मारे. So when
That's
Amol told me, I was
that's
amused.
typical
My
of Indian
God,
story.
Javed Akhtar was like our star, big star.
Yes.
He was our hero, idol for all writers. How could he say, कि, मेरे पेट पे लात मत मारो, don't hit me in my stomach, or, my job, my career. How can he be scared of me taking up his, stealing into his career as a film writer? So I tried to meet him
Uh-huh.
couple of times because we had a common friend, Seema Sahni, who
Uh-huh.
was the daughter of Ismat Chughtai, the famous Urdu writer Ismat Chughtai. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Her daughter was Seema Sahni, and she was a friend. So I asked Seema, why don't you get Javed Saab, some time for me? She tried, poor woman, for 6 months. Javed Saab was too busy to give time for me.
Right, right.
Then I told her, you stop. Now I will meet him when he knows who I am.
क्या बात है.
Yeah, little things.
Yeah.
And of course, Ankahi, from Ankahi, somebody, a friend of mine saw the movie, a producer, Gul Anand. And he called me in my office. He said, look, I'm making a film called Jalwa,
Uh-huh.
and I would like you to write it. I said, I have not written a masala film. Ankahi was not a masala film, and I have no idea what exactly, whether I'm going to be a writer in movies or not. No, 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 you come and we will talk. So I went to his office. I met the director, Pankaj Parashar. He told me the story of Jalwa and asked me, would you like to, can you write it? Because it was completely a masala film. It was typical mainstream film. I said, I don't know, but I can try. And I wrote Jalwa.
Uh-huh.
And Jalwa did very well. Suddenly, and not only that, did very well. Suddenly, my name was up there
क्या बात.
everywhere. Everybody thought, oh, now there is a new guy, new writer who has a very new way of expressing, you know, the vocabulary, the language, the style, the flavor, everything is so different from other writers. So suddenly they started noticing him, and the offers started coming in for me.
क्या बात है.
And
क्या.
that's how, I got Tezaab and Dil and Beta and so on.
So I like something in your story that you started from the place
Yeah,
where during the flood, when everybody was leaving everything and going away, you were looking for your toys the way your grandma was looking for the jewelries. Okay.
yeah,
So
correct.
that is the boy that I am listening to,
Yeah,
that how our priorities and our attachments keeps changing with the time
yeah,
of our life and with the things that we have in our life. And ultimately, when you go into the advertising,
yeah,
again, Microsoft is such a big company today in the world, but look at the person who created Microsoft. He was also a dropout student.
yeah,
I take pride in those who drop out but still make success because they have vision, and apart from that, they have determination. You see,
yeah,
you can drop out. There are many dropouts, but if you don't have determination and vision and focus and willingness to work hard, you will
yeah,
not be where you are today, or Bill Gates will not be there where he is today. My son is a dropout, but he is working in the companies, multinational company that I would have dreamed of working with. So my point is this: dropping out is not a bad thing. Society or family considering you as a hopeless person, or he cannot do, or I don't have trust in this person, is not a bad thing. But believing in ourselves and finding our inner fire, that yes, this is my passion, this is what I can do, this is what I can contribute. And when you have something inside, like हम गुजराती में कहते हैं कुआमा होय तो हवारा में आवे, meaning
mm,
you have water in the well, then it will go to the farm. So
yeah,
you had those inner talents, artistic talent, creative talents, that was reflected in the advertising. Because what I see, advertising is a very challenging world. You have to reach to the heart and mind of the person,
yeah,
common mass public. And to reach there, you have to have their thinking, their perception, their understanding of life. And then only you can, like what you did with the Bombay Dying.
yeah.
Amazing, amazing thing that 40 attempt was failing, and then one attempt by you, who was not a gold medalist.
Also because, I won't say it was my USP,
Uh-huh,
but I've been in a way lucky because coming from the backwaters of Balia, a village,
uh-huh,
my experience of the village, then my experience of the small towns, Jabalpur, Kanpur, Allahabad, and so on. And then finally, Mumbai city. So
yeah,
the whole spectrum of Indian economy, Indian experience, from the village to small town to the metro towns, I had absorbed. And that
yes,
helped me a lot in advertising and also in the movies in a way, because I could relate easily to a consumer, whether he is from a village or he is from a small town or he is from Mumbai, whether
yes,
he is educated or he is illiterate. To me, it makes no difference. I was able to communicate all kind of people because I came from those
big
dimensions,
spectrum,
yeah,
big
spectrum.
spectrum,
And
yes,
that way I was lucky that my whole journey began with this village in backwaters of Balia and all the way from a small towns to the metro like Mumbai city.
mm,
So, and in advertising, what happened was why I became the most awarded writer, because most of the English writers in Mumbai in advertising were from very rich families, well educated, very premium education,
right,
and so on and so forth. They had no experience of a small town India or the
exactly,
villages of India,
right,
which I had. I
yes,
had that access to. I know I could think of how to think, how a man in a village thinks, how a man in small town thinks, how
Very
a
true.
man in Mumbai thinks. And
So
that gave me a kind of
it-
advantage over other writers who were limited by their own limitations of being from Mumbai and being in only in Mumbai.
So experience makes a big difference, I would say,
Yes, yeah, yeah,
because you know, you learn, you understand the mindset and heart. The feeling is very important in this field. That how people are going to feel about this situation. Like many stories, like Kahi Unkahi. Kahi is the prediction, Unkahi is failing of
yeah,
the prediction.
yeah,
You made it such a different uh, outlook of the same story.
yeah,
Unlike what Amal Palekar brought the script in the beginning,
yeah,
you are adding the controversy. Like this is where you are saying that Osho was like that. He will add controversy by joke or by Mullah Nasruddin story or anything to make you think in a different direction. And that is where you say that some people are good in one field of education and some people are not. But the same way in religion, theist, atheist, but agnostic are open to learn new
yeah,
things. And that is what I saw in your story, that you
yeah,
are open to learn different subject, different area of work, and you experimented everything in those 4 years when you were really going.
yeah, yeah,
So that is what
yeah,
makes you who you are today, I feel. And I can connect very much with you simply because I was born and brought up in a small town of Navsari near Surat.
yeah,
And then I moved in the junior college, 11th grade in Mumbai.
yeah,
So I stayed almost like 10 years in Mumbai. And I have experienced everything that you go through in the earlier days. People in Mumbai always consider them as a different class or higher class than those who are coming from the
yeah.
cities or smaller towns.
I,
And
I, I used to be called the country bumpkin. In
exactly.
Hindustan Thompson, the advertising agency I worked for,
Uh-huh.
I used to be called the country bumpkin.
Bumpkin.
Bumpkin, yeah, country bumpkin, Kamlesh Pandey. In
So,
fact, when Murray Bell saw my copy test, I
uh-huh.
mentioned about how to find something common between cement and Shakespeare.
Uh-huh.
He saw my test, say, Kamlesh, your spelling is bad, your grammar is worse, but one day you'll be the best.
क्या बात है क्या
So
बात
in the 1978, when the award for the best writer was announced,
uh-huh.
instituted,
Uh-huh.
I said, now I'm going to prove Murray right for the next 5 years. For the
Very good.
next 5 years, I was winning that award for the best writer.
क्या
I
बात
did not let anyone win.
hat trick.
Murray had said you will be the best, so I have to show that I'm the best.
Yeah,
So
and
I went on winning award for the best writer
we
and
say that
so on.
जोहरी को ही हीरे की परख होती है. That means
Ah,
only a jeweler
yeah,
knows the diamond.
yeah,
Those who have gone through can understand what potential this young boy has.
yeah, yeah.
And they
Yes, yes, yes.
must have seen that in you. Otherwise, he will not
Yeah,
see. And another very interesting thing I liked about Javed Akhtar Sahab's comment. You see,
yeah.
he was not insecure of your work, but his way of complimenting is also poetic. That मेरे
Not
पेट
only
का-
that, not only that, Hitendra, he
हाँ,
became I didn't realize that he's such a huge fan of my work. What
exactly.
happened was I was writing a film for a South Indian producer, D. Ramanaidu,
Uh-huh.
and he was writing another film for the same producer. So we were staying in the same guest house in Hyderabad, and we were writing. We both were writing. I was writing Anadi, he was writing Jeevan Ek Sangharsh. And he had Anu Kapoor. He was acting in my film.
Uh-huh.
So in the evening, we used to have our couple of drinks and talk. So one night, I complained to Javed Saab. Javed Saab, I can never forget that you refused to meet me for 6 months.
Uh-huh.
And even though you told Amol that, usko bolo mere पेट पे लात मत मारे.
Uh,
Please tell him he shouldn't hit me in my stomach.
uh,
Why did you do this? I was
uh-huh.
nobody. I was nobody. How could I be so important that for you, I mean, you could feel a threat in me,
Uh-huh.
that I was going to be a threat to your work, your
Uh-huh.
talent. So now Javed Saab is a very weird way of appreciating people. Very weird,
I
you
said
know.
his way of
You'll
complimenting.
never know whether he is joking or is he serious.
Yes.
His wit is unbelievable. His wit.
Totally.
He said, Kamlesh, I am Javed Akhtar. I am also Javed Akhtar who wrote Sholay, Diwar, Trishul, all these blockbusters and so on. But when I saw Ankahi and I heard this line where Deepti says ki the wife, when the child is born, his nappies will be hung to dry from Rajabai clock tower to Gateway of India. They will string a rope from
Uh-huh.
the Gateway of India to Rajabai clock tower, and
Uh-huh.
they will hang the diapers of the baby to dry on that string.
क्या बात है?
You wrote that, and it zapped me. And then he started narrating my dialogues to me.
क्या
You
बात है?
wrote this, you wrote this, you wrote this, you wrote this.
He absorbed your
I never
stories.
remember my own lines. I never remember my own work.
Uh,
Javed Sahab remembered everything. He started quoting my lines back to me.
क्या बात है?
Remember that scene? The guy says this, the Dr. Lagu says this, then the doctor says this. I said, my God, Javed Sahab.
You
I
really
don't remember
digested.
my own lines, but you remember my lines. You're quoting back to me. After that, of course, we became good friends.
Uh-huh.
Mutual Admiration Society.
Uh-huh.
I admire his work, he admires mine. So yes, it happens that sometimes the people you expect least to admire you end up being your best admirers.
Very, very true. Very, very true.
Yeah.
But that's where we see the blessing of the divine, I would say. That not just hard work, but पुरुषार्थ और प्रारब्ध दोनों की जरूरत पड़ती है.
Yeah.
Luck and your hard work both has to combine. Then life becomes little different.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the TV industry. You also wrote.
Yeah, actually, after Ankahi, then
Uh-huh,
Amol was doing some work for Doordarshan. He
uh-huh,
made a serial called Kachi Dhoop
uh-huh,
and Nakab. And obviously, he asked me to write. Why don't you write it? So I said, fine. He also made a film for Doordarshan called Thoda Sa Rumani Ho Jaye, where I even wrote the songs, 11 songs, 11
uh-huh.
songs beside the script. So because I was very close to Amol, so and also almost his neighborhood. So it went on, and then uh, Mr. Pankaj Parashar started making this uh, series called Jasoos Karamchand.
Karamchand.
Karamchand was a very popular show on Doordarshan, a detective show. And he asked me, after I wrote Jalwa for him, he said, why don't you write Karamchand? So I started writing Karamchand. So that's how it
Very popular.
got
That was a very
connected.
popular TV
Yeah,
series in those days.
yeah,
I used to
yeah,
watch. I was in
yeah.
Mumbai in those days, so I used to watch Karamchand.
So after Kachi Dhoop and Nakab, I wrote series Karamchand. And then, of course, in 1992, I left advertising to join ZTV as head of programming.
Uh-huh.
Basically, the first satellite Hindi channel in the world they're
Yes.
going to launch. Anyway, that's a different story, but just to talk about the television writing that you mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, you won a lot of awards even in the
Yeah. Yeah, then I also wrote something for Ekta Kapoor and for Smriti Irani. When I was waiting for a break, when my film Rang De Basanti was going to be released, I had a break because I didn't know whether the film will do well or not. And so what to do? And Ekta Kapoor is somebody that when I was in ZTV,
Uh-huh.
she had come to me first, and I was the man who had green lighted her show Hum
Uh-huh.
Panch and
क्या
so
बात
on. So anyway, I left ZTV after 5 years,
Uh-huh.
and when I was taking a break from the movies, let me see how Rang De Basanti does,
Uh-huh.
and then I will decide whether to continue writing movies or not, because I wanted to write my own kind of movies. I had
Yeah.
written so far what other people expected me to write, but now
Very
I wanted to write what I want to write. So then she called me, "Ki, why don't you help us heading the team, writing team of Kahani Ghar Ghar Ki." So
क्या
I
बात
was helping the team of Kahani Ghar Ghar Ki. Then Smriti and Ekta got together to start a new series called uh,
सास भी
Thodi Si
कभी
Zameen, Thoda Sa Asmaan. Then Smriti wanted me to write Virudh for Sony TV. So
Uh-huh.
I went on writing for the television, not a lot, but a little bit. And it got me some awards, some appreciation, and
Yeah.
so on. So that is more or less my journey in television.
So one question that arises in the mind of our viewers is what important criteria should be considered by a writer, because you are also training people who are writers, that what important criteria should be considered for writing the screenplay, dialogue, and songs when you are in the movie or in the TV series, because it's a different concept.
Yeah.
What is the thought process that goes behind when you are writing this?
You should know the audience. You
Uh-huh.
should know your audience. Who is the audience, whether movie or for television?
Uh-huh.
Who is going to consume it? Because I come from advertising.
Right, right, right.
Consumer is God.
Mhm.
Consumer is the most important person. You are doing everything for the consumer. Consumer is the boss.
Mhm.
So who is going to watch it? Movie or the television? And that you must be very clear in your mind. And that's where your experience comes into play. Where I get a little lucky because of the sheer range of experience from the village to small town to big town to metros and so on. You must know your audience first. Also, you must know their psychology, their emotional state, what kind of life they are living right now,
Uh-huh.
what are their aspirations, what they want to do in life, what are their pain, what is their suffering, what is their joy, the pleasure. You have to actually forget what you want to do.
Very, very
You
true.
have to forget what you want to do, what you like and what you don't like. You have to keep yourself out of the scene completely.
क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
You have to focus on who are you going to communicate with or address to, who is going to watch your movie or your television. And you have to go back in your own
Memory
bank
and
of
lifestyle.
experiences. Ki, okay, if my audience is this middle class, typical middle class, what are their aspirations? What is their biggest problem? What are their sufferings? What is their joy? What are the moments they appreciate and so on?
क्या बात है?
What they like, what they don't like. You have to get inside them, like I used to do in advertising. You have to know your consumer as well as your right hand or left hand.
Very true.
Go inside. So that is the most important thing.
Yeah.
It can't be your ego trip. You own just because I am so and so, I have to write and I have to make this film or this television. And because I have done it, you have to watch it. Because I am so and so, because I am Salman Khan, or because I am Anjalila Bansali, or because I am Karan Johar or XYZ. No, that's not the right reason.
Uh-huh.
You are not important.
Very true.
None of these people are important. That names I took.
Right.
Who is important? The man who is going to pay 300 rupees from his hard earned money to buy the damn ticket to watch your damn film.
Very, very true.
He is
Very,
important. You are not doing him a favor. He is doing you a favor by watching your nonsense
very true.
at the expense of his hard earned money.
Very, very true.
That man is important. Karan Johar and Salman Khan and Bhansali and XYZ, all those, some names I'm missing. They're not important. You're
Very
not
true.
doing anybody a favor. This man is doing you a favor. This man is giving you a life, a livelihood. This
Yes.
man is making you a superstar. This man is making you a super director or super producer. You are
What?
not doing anything for him.
Very, very true.
He is spending his hard earned money on your ticket, taking the time out, spending the money, spending on the popcorn and whatever else is there,
Yes.
and going to watch your nonsense.
Very
So
true.
the least you can do is give him value for his money.
Yes.
Give him substance. Give him something that he can take home.
Very
Give
true.
him something, some content that he can take home.
I agree with
Not
you.
something that you can win award, Filmfare Award or Screen Award or IIFA Award or Oscar. No, not for award. Give him something that he can take home. For me, as I always said, a good film is, starts after the end credits. After all the names are over, the lights are off, the darkness, and you are returning home. If the film returns home with you, that film is successful.
Very, very true. What feels
Regardless of whether
in their
it's a
heart.
blockbuster or not, if the
Right.
film returns home with you, you bring home with yourself. And not only bring
क्या
home,
बात है?
but is there in the aisles of your mind. Anytime you can open it and you can visually you can see the film in your memory, the scenes and the songs and the moments of the movie. You have done your job.
वेरी ब्यूटीफुली सेड और इसमें से कई लोगों को सीखना मिलेगा आई थिंक यू आर गिविंग गाइडलाइन टू दोज हु वांट टू राइट दोज हु वांट टू डायरेक्ट और दोज हु वांट टू प्रोड्यूस इन दिस वर्ल्ड of creativity and stage and drama and movie wherever. In fact, I come from the business family. We had
Hmm.
small grocery store in Navsari, family business, and more than 100 years old at the time when I was there. Now it is not there. But my father used to say, ग्राहक को देखो और पड़ी का बांधो, meaning that
Yeah,
customer को देख के you have to pay attention to the customer what he wants.
yeah,
There is a small customer who want to get 100 gram, we sell that also. And there are customers who come from the abroad and they want to carry some of the grains or atta or whatever to the foreign
yeah,
country. You have to pack it in a way that it will be reaching to their final destination. ग्राहक को देख के करना चाहिए. You are telling the same thing. Put yourself in the shoes of the audience.
yeah.
Unless and until you don't understand your audience, your work will not be living longer. And I would say Soul Satsang has the same policy. We are not reaching for the how many likes or how many subscribers you have. We are reaching for the quality
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
content that
Yeah,
will live not just for today or tomorrow, but for hundreds of years, because spirituality is the only thing that can make us eternal.
yeah,
And it is the direction we are going to go with your story also, because now we have learned a lot about life, we have learned a lot about writing and professional world. Let's go on the next question. So we are going to the spiritual aspect of your life now with Osho's
yeah,
story. Uh, Please tell us how
yeah,
you came to know about Acharya Rajneesh or
yeah,
Osho for the first time.
yeah. The year was 1964.
Wow, I was not even
I,
born.
and I had gone to Jabalpur to appear for an exam,
Uh-huh.
which was going to qualify me for admission at Sir J.J. Institute of Applied Art in Mumbai.
Right.
And I was staying with one of my relatives in Jabalpur, and he had a couple of these books lying around.
Uh-huh.
Mitti Ke Diye, Kranti Beach, and so on. There are many books. Osho's books, of course. At
Yes.
that time, he was called Acharya Rajneesh.
Right.
I picked up a couple of these books and I was reading it. I said, my God, every line is a quotation. Who is this guy?
क्या
That
बात.
there was a picture of him in the book. I asked my relative, my uncle, who is this guy? Who is this? Every line is a quotation. You want to meet him? Like, of course, I want to meet him. And of course, Osho used to speak in Hindi.
Uh-huh.
So, and there were Hindi lines. And I had little weakness for Hindi at that time.
Uh-huh.
So I said, yes, definitely. So, okay, in the evening, he took me to Yogesh Bhavan in
Uh-huh.
Jabalpur. It was a small bungalow where Osho used to stay
Uh-huh.
while being a professor at
Uh-huh.
Mahakoshal University.
Uh-huh.
He used to stay in that bungalow. There was a small garden in front of the Yogesh Bhavan. Anyway, it was evening around 7:30 when we reached, and Osho was sitting there. Already he was speaking. That there were hardly 15, 20 people in front of him sitting. And he was sitting and bare bodied, just a lungi, black beard, black hair, eyes like, two torches, flaming torches. Yeah. And he was already talking, and we sat down somewhere in the back. And Osho was telling a story, a Zen story,
Uh-huh.
a story that Osho has told Osho told many times. And the Zen story was that a student comes to a Zen master
Uh-huh.
and asks him, what is the truth? I want to know the truth. And the Zen master said, go and become a bamboo. That's
Kya-
it. And the student leaves. No further question. At, at that time, that is what I remember.
Uh-huh.
The story may have been longer, but that part I remember ki the master said, go and become a bamboo. And the
Vast.
student leaves. Now, I had no idea what is Zen. I had no interest in spirituality or religion or anything, uh, whatever you may call supernatural and so on, the other dimension of life. I had no interest at all. I was 17. I was only 17 at that time. And I was just looking forward to hoping to get admission in JJ and hopefully find a job. That's it. So the student goes away, many years pass. So the master one day asked a couple of his students, okay, this boy had come to ask about the truth. Go and find out what happened to him. I haven't seen him in a long time. They went looking for him and they found a bamboo groove. The wind was blowing,
Uh-huh.
and in the wind, the bamboos were dancing in the wind, and this student was dancing with the bamboos.
क्या बात है?
He had become a bamboo. And that is the line Osho said. He had become a bamboo.
Yeah.
I said, my God, what a story. Somehow the story got stuck inside me. So
Yeah.
when I came to Mumbai, got my admission, I started studying at JJ. One afternoon, I saw a newspaper, the ad showing his face, ki this man is coming to Mumbai to speak at a certain place. I think Gwalior Tank was the place. So I said, oh my God, the same guy whose every line was quotation and who was saying this wonderful Zen story about this guy becoming bamboo. So I went to listen to him. And this was 1966, if I remember right.
Mhm.
And then there was another series of lectures that Osho was giving in Mumbai. And I didn't realize when, but I was falling in love with this guy. My first impression was, my God, what a beautiful man.
क्या बात है?
At an age, I was only 17, when only the girls look beautiful, no one else does. At that age, to find a man looking beautiful was a totally different experience.
Yes.
I think, and Another funny thing was that when Osho was talking about that story, the Zen disciple and Zen master saying, "Go and become a bamboo," in that fraction of a second, Osho looked at me.
Uh-huh.
I was sitting at the back with my relative.
Uh-huh.
Osho lifted his head, like he always does, looking around, and for a brief shining moment, his eyes were on me, or that line, "Go and become a bamboo."
क्या बात है.
And I said, maybe that is the moment the connection happened.
Mhm.
And whether I realized it or not, Osho had taken me in, period.
Uh-huh.
Of course, the initiation happened much later, much longer, after a long time. But the love happened at that moment from his side.
Very true.
He looked at me, and in a fraction of brief shining moment, something happened which I didn't realize what it was.
क्या
But
बात.
much later, I could figure out, okay, that is the moment when Osho took me in his space,
रस
in
की
his,
बात.
in his orbit, in his
Yes.
own orbit. So I became a part of Osho's orbit at that fraction of shining moment
क्या
when
बात.
he was telling the Zen story that go and become a bamboo. I became a part of his orbit. He was my son, my, my golden son, and I was going
Resource.
around him. So
Very.
that was my first meeting with Osho. And then he started talking about, from sex to super consciousness,
Mhm.
on socialism, on Gandhi, all these explosive discourses that he started giving late 60s. And by that time, I had a job. So my life was more or less settled. I could attend his lectures and go, and I could buy his books, small books at that time, not big ones. I could buy his books and attending. Then in 1970, the year that I got my job, I was
Uh-huh.
only 5, 6 months into the job when the first meditation camp, he announced a camp at Manali
Uh-huh.
where he was going to speak on Sri Krishna.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to talk on Krishna. And I was very interested in Krishna. So somehow I managed to get 15 days leave from my boss, Andre Saisen. I I begged him because I had done this job for Bombay Dyeing. He was quite,
Happy.
open to me.
Yeah,
So I
yeah, yeah.
said, Fandre, I need 15 days to go to Manali. I can't. Either if you don't let me go, I'll leave my job
अरे.
because I have to go. Andre laughed. Okay, okay, go. So I attended this camp at Manali. After coming back to Mumbai, I went to attend couple of more camps like in Mount Abu, for example.
Yes.
Then I got very worried.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now the time has come for me to decide that am I going to stay with this man or leave
Uh-huh.
him? Osho never gives you a choice.
Yes.
Either you are with him or you are out of him.
Yes.
You can't ignore him.
There is no gray area, only black or white.
You can't indifferent to him. Hate or love. There's no third category. And that time he had begun to, in Manali camp, he had begun initiation.
Uh,
The first 21 people he
uh,
initiated were initiated in Manali, in the
wow.
Manali camp when you were talking about Krishna.
Right.
And I saw these people in orange robes. There were no mala yet. Only
Uh-huh.
orange robes were there, no mala yet. Mala came later. I said, my God, so now I will have to wear orange. So if I can't wear orange, I was in advertising, very glamorous job. If I can't wear orange, then I can't be with him. The only way to be with him, be close to him, was to become a sannyasi and she get initiated and wear orange. I
Very true.
struggled with myself quite a bit. Then one finally decided ki enough is enough. At that time, Osho was used to give sannyas in three different kinds. The first was in orange robes, where you became a Swami or Ma. Second was in white clothes, where you became a Sadhu and Sadhvi. Third was in normal clothes, where you become Sadhak and Sadhika. And he even gave the option that you can be initiated for 3 months and then you can leave after 3 months if you want, if you're not interested. If it's not happening, you can quit. So he made things very easy for people that you can take sannyas in normal clothes, and after 3 months, if you don't want to continue, leave it. Or you
Very true.
take sannyas in white clothes, or if you have the guts to take sannyas in orange robes. I said, I'm not going to do it step by step.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take the leap
Wow.
directly at orange. So I used a device which Indians are quite used to. The moment you expend a lot of money on anything, you have to use it. You have to use it. Otherwise, you have spent so much money, so better use it. So I bought a lot of orange material.
Uh-huh.
That time, our uniform used to be lungi and kurta and a scarf.
Uh-huh.
This used to be a uniform of all the sannyasis, Osho sannyasi, and of course the mala. The mala had started. So I bought material for about 6 pairs of lungi, kurta, and scarf, and went to the tailor.
Uh-huh.
And I was only 24. The tailor looked at me and he said,
ये
"What
तो गया.
happened? What happened? Why do you want to become a sannyasi? You had a big fight with your family, or some girlfriend has let you down, heartbreak. क्या हुआ? What happened?" I said, "Nothing happened. I'm going to take sannyas from Osho. I become his disciple, and for us everything is fine. One can get married, one can have a job, one can." He was not convinced. He really thought, I must be very depressed or whatever, shattered, heartbroken. Then look, don't worry about. There are enough girls in the world. If one girl has let you down, doesn't mean end of life. You're only 24. You will find many girls in your coming to. I have a niece. If you want his number, her number, I
अरे.
gave your number. I said, oh God, enough is enough. Again, I don't want number of your niece. I don't want any other girl. Please just stitch my clothes, this lungi, kurta, and scarf, and I'll be happy. Finally, he said, don't worry about the material. I will try to dispose of somehow. You won't lose money. I'll refund you the money. I said, no, nothing like that. You please do. I want it by next week. And finally, he agreed to do it. So on 31st December 1972, I called up Lakshmi, Osho's secretary.
Uh-huh.
And that time Osho was staying. Before that, there was one more meeting happened with Osho. I must talk about that.
Please, please.
When I was not yet initiated, I had a job. I was not yet initiated. Osho was staying at CCI Chambers, and I was attending one of his lectures, and he mentioned something about a technique of meditation, Mool Bandh.
Uh-huh.
And for some odd reason, I got interested. What is this technique, Mool Bandh?
Uh-huh.
So I called Lakshmi. Lakshmi, I heard this technique called Mool Bandh in the discourse of Osho, and I want to ask him the details of this technique. So she said, okay, you come to CCI Chambers in the afternoon, 2:30. That time, after only 2:30, Osho used to meet people. So I went to CCI Chambers. There was a small bedroom where Osho was staying. There was no furniture except the bed and a reclining chair. And
Uh-huh.
Osho was occupying the low reclining chair, and there was only his bed. There was no other furniture, and I didn't know where to sit. And I didn't have the sense to sit on the floor in front of the master, because at that time I had no concept of a guru or a master. Osho was just somebody I thought his every line is a quotation. That was it. So Osho realized that my confusion. He said, "Why don't you sit on the bed?" And that was Osho's bed.
Uh-huh.
And I was so stupid. I sat on the bed. This was the first time a disciple sat on a higher level than the master. Master was sitting in the reclining chair, lower than the bed. I was sitting on the bed, looking down at my master.
Yeah, that is his grace, to be
It
honest.
was so weird. And then to make me at ease, sort of, Osho started asking about me, ki, what do I do, where I come from, and so on. I told him I'm in advertising, and I come from Allahabad, Balia, etc., etc. And then I said, ki, I first met you in Jabalpur when you were trying to tell the story of this disciple who
Zen.
became a bamboo. And then I came to Bombay.
Uh-huh.
And Osho kept looking at me and said, "You remember that story?" Yes, sir. That story has not left me. Then Osho asked me, what do you want to do next? What are
Yeah.
your future plans? What are your future plans? I had no idea about my future. I mean, I said, I'm in advertising, I'll continue in advertising. What else? I hadn't thought of writing movies. But what came out of my mouth was something strange. I said, I want to become a bamboo. That is what I told Osho. I want to become a bamboo. That's my future plan.
Yeah,
Osho laughed, said, okay, I'll make it. I'll make you a bamboo. Osho started laughing. He said, yes, I will make you a bamboo. Okay. And then the initiation, that 31st December 1972 in the afternoon, I went in orange robes and Lakshmi took me inside. I sat on the floor. He he gave me the mala and the name on a piece of paper. And he said, do you want to ask anything? That he used to ask everybody, every disciple, after giving initiation, ki, you want to ask any questions? I said, I have no questions left anymore. You have given all the answers anyway. I have lost all my questions. Actually, I never asked also any questions. Strangely, no philosophical questions at all ever.
that is the
Because I
parampara.
didn't have any questions left inside me to ask. What to
Yes,
ask? So I said, look, I have only one question. Today is 31st December. Tomorrow is 1st Jan, a holiday. On 2nd Jan, I'll be going back to the office. I'm in advertising. I'll be going in orange robes. And there will be a million questions. What will I do? And Osho said, you don't have to do anything except meditation. The rest I will do. I am there. In the Hindi line, he said, "मैं हूं ना." I
Bilkul.
am there. मैं हूं ना. I am there. What are you worried about? You are initiated. You have surrendered your life to me. Everything that you want to be to me. Now you are my responsibility. Now you are my responsibility. So मैं हूं ना. I am there. I didn't understand what he meant by that. Anyway, I went back to my office on 2nd Jan. They all thought I am doing some modeling for some ad in Orange as a sannyasi. I am modeling as a sannyasi for some ad. So for 3 days, nobody asked me anything about my orange clothes. After 1 week, they were surprised. Ki, why? How come this modeling is taking 1 week? Normally, the shooting of a model doesn't take more than 2 or 3 days max. One
Right.
week? What kind of modeling is it that you are doing for 1 week? I said, no, it's not modeling. I've taken sannyas, Osho sannyas. Yeah, what is this? Then the Whole office exploded. My God, what is this? What is this? My orange clothes? So my big boss, John Gaynor, called me. He was the CEO of Hindustan Thompson at that time, a Britisher. And he said, this won't do. You will have to go to the meeting with clients, multinational clients. You can't go wearing orange. We can't allow it.
Uh-huh.
And that's where, this whole thing that when Osho had said, मैं हूं ना, I'm there,
क्या
मैं
बात
हूं
है.
ना. And that's what I understood the meaning of मैं हूं ना. And what came out of my mind was something I could never have thought of. I was the junior most writer, perhaps the junior most employee of HTA, Hindustan Thompson at that time, talking to his boss, the number one agency in the country, Hindustan Thompson, John
Yes.
Gaynor.
Yes.
I said, Mr. Gaynor, when you gave me a job, the appointment letter never mentioned anything about clothes, that what I'm supposed to wear.
Uh-huh.
Did it? No, it didn't. Then how can you ask me how can I wear orange clothes? It's my pleasure. I'm wearing orange because I like it. You're wearing suit because you like it. I have no objection to your suit. How can you object to my orange clothes? It was not written on in the appointment letter. He was shocked. A junior writer, the junior most employee of his office, is asking him
Utmost
that if I don't have any objection to your suit, how can you object to my orange robes? Because it was not written in my appointment letter what are the dress code for the
सही.
office. There's no dress code for the office. There's no dress code. If my work is not good enough, that is fine. Either I improve or I quit. But you can't question my clothes
क्या बात
because
है.
I'm not questioning your clothes. I have nothing against your clothes. How can you have anything against my clothes? That was the end of story. Then nobody asked again, ever again about my clothes and accepted. And then, but yes, it was hard. It was not easy being Osho Sanyasi
Oh yes. Oh yes.
because he was so controversial. He was talking against Gandhi, against socialism, against everything that the society respected, honored, revered, worshipped. He was shattering all idols. He was he was all the ideas, idols, ideals, everything he was shattering to pieces.
Yes.
And people were very angry with him. When we were meditating at Chopati Beach in Marine Lines,
Uh-huh.
Shiv Sena people would come and stone at us.
Wow. Because you are wearing orange.
Orange. And also because we were doing dynamic meditation, which has catharsis. When you scream and shout and dance and do, well,
Uh-huh.
go mad, you go mad. So they
Uh-huh.
all thought we are going mad.
Really.
Anyway, which was basically part of the technique of dynamic.
Uh-huh.
So we asked him what to do. They're throwing stones at us. So Osho said, what kind of meditation it is which can be defeated by stones, mere stones? Let them continue. You continue meditation, let them continue stoning.
क्या
And we
बात.
continued for a month.
This was at the Chopati open space.
Open space, yeah. And Marine Lines, there is a
Uh-huh.
beach at Marine Lines
Yes.
in Mumbai. And that beach is called Chopati
Right, right, right.
Beach on the sea face.
Yes. Up
So,
Chutney Road, when you go walking, you reach to
yeah,
the
yeah.
Chopati area. Yes.
So we continued, and one day the stones stopped. The people who were throwing stones came to us. What kind of people you are? We are stoning you. Are you continuing meditation? I said, you. So we said, you are doing what only you can.
सही है.
You only have stones to throw.
On us.
We can do only what we can. We can meditate. So it is our meditation versus your stones.
क्या
That's
बात.
it. You have got stones. We have got meditation. That no problem. Some of them got interested in Osho. They
क्या
started
बात.
reading it and so on. So not only that, everywhere, I used to go watch movies in theater. And they will start, you know, start questioning, Are, Babaji has come to watch a movie. A sannyasi has come to watch a movie. Forget movies. People go to have a drink in the bar. We sannyasis used to go and have a drink in the bar. And
Yes.
they'll be upset. A sannyasi Baba in the bar drinking. So it was not easy. I remember when I used to walk from office to the station, Churchgate station, my office was in Nariman Point. My office was at Nariman Point, and I had to walk all the way to the Churchgate station to take a local train up to Chutney Road, where I was staying. The girls in the offices will be closing, and the girls will be coming out. They will start following me. And there was a Manoj Kumar film at that time called Sanyasi. And there was a song in that film called Chal Sanyasi Mandir Mein. And they would start shouting behind me, Chal Sanyasi Mandir Mein, Chal Sanyasi Mandir Mein, Chal Sanyasi Mandir Mein. The girls following us. Then, of course, we were Osho Sanyasi. He used to turn back and said, I am going to Maratha Mandir. That is the only Mandir we know. I don't know any other Mandir. Maratha Mandir is a theater,
Yes.
a cinema theater. Anyway, so I had a Muslim friend, Ram Rahim, Swami Ram Rahim. His name was Swami Ram Rahim. That boy in Orange, he went to the masjid to offer namaz. He went to do namaz in the masjid wearing orange and mala. So the Muslims got hold of him and beat him bad, really bad. Next day, he was all black and blue. He suffered for a week.
Who's
I
this?
said, look, why are you suffering? Why don't we ask Osho what to do? Because
Get the
and
guidance.
we were so committed to orange robes and the mala, we would not give anything, we will not compromise on it. So finally, he went to Osho and asked, Osho said, do one thing. You go to the namaz in the normal clothes with mala, and orange you wear outside the masjid. They were allowed. The best thing happened to me when my father came to Bombay, because I had informed my family. I had informed my father and mother that I have taken sannyas. So he came to Bombay for some work and asked me to come to the hotel, see him. I went. He saw me in orange robes. He said, what is this? I said, nothing. I have become a sannyasi. Osho, so what do you mean sannyasi? I said, so I told him about Osho sannyasi. I said, he was very upset, very angry. No, I have to meet him. I have to meet him. So I called up Lakshmi. My father has come and would like to meet Osho. I said, okay, you come tomorrow at afternoon 2:30. I went with my father. My father, they brought a chair. I sat on the floor. Osho was sitting in front of him. And my father exploded on Osho. What have you done? He still has to get married. He just got a job. His life is starting. I mean, you take sannyas when you're 70, 75. He's only 24, 25. Why have you made a sannyasi? Who is going to get married to him? Who will marry him? So Osho laughed and he looked at me and said, Kamlesh, what is the problem with marriage? I said, I have no problem, Osho. I have no problem with marriage. But I'm not going to leave my sannyas. I'm not going to leave my orange robes and the mala for getting married. Ask him to bring any girl. I have no issue with that. Any girl. Andhi, luli, langdi, khani, handicapped, whatever, miserable, ugly, beautiful, jo bhi hai. I will accept any girl, but I will not give up my sannyas.
Yeah,
They have to accept me as I am.
this is very beautiful.
So Osho laughed. So, okay, that's a good because then I'll get one more sannyasini and she's sitting right here, my wife.
Arey
She
wah.
also became a sannyasini later on.
Arey wah. We would
Then my
like
father
to.
said, but what about his mother? His mother is a heart patient. If she hears that her son has taken sannyas, she will have a heart attack. She will die. And that's when I saw this. We had begun to call him Bhagwan at that time.
सही है.
And people used to ask us, ki, how can he be a Bhagwan? Is he the one who has done all this in the world? He has created the whole world and so on. And Osho used to reply big time, all those people who used to criticize him and say all kind of abusive things about it. Osho looked at my father, not me, my father, and he said, I take responsibility of his mother.
क्या
I
बात है.
take responsibility of his mother. And his eyes were like, I mean, what else God could be if there is a God? I was reminded of this statement by Lord Krishna in the Gita, where he says, ki, your well-being is my responsibility.
Very, very true.
Your well-being, तुम्हारा योगक्षेम मैं वहन करता हूँ. Your
Yeah.
well-being is my responsibility. I bear it. That's what Osho said. I take responsibility of his mother. Even I knew at that time that my mother is a heart patient. I knew
Yeah.
about it. She had been taking the medicine for 20 years
Yeah.
for heart element. So eh, just a year down the line, my mother came to Mumbai for a checkup, follow-up checkup. And I took her to Dr. Gandhi in Juhu, heart specialist, and looked at her medicines. I said, which idiot has given you these medicines? He said, she she pointed to my father. He is the one who got me to this doctor. And he, Dr. Gandhi said, you are not a heart patient.
क्या बात है.
You are suffering because of these medicines, not because you're a heart patient. So I laughed. I looked at my father and said, look, what Osho said, I take responsibility of his mother. She is not a heart patient. So yeah, this kind of things he used to do to he really took responsibility. When you
Yes.
surrender to your master, the
Yes.
master takes your responsibility forever.
I agree with you.
And another thing that happened, another thing that I experienced actually, that when you take sannyas, you enter the womb of the master. The
Yes.
master's space, the womb of the mother, like a mother gets a baby, the
Uh-huh.
master gets a disciple.
Yes.
And master helps you grow inside him. You become a part of the master. When you
Yes.
become a disciple, you become a part of the master, and it helps your growth, like a baby grows inside a woman's womb.
Yes.
And when master leaves, that is the another best part. After Osho left his body, that was my experience. That when the master leaves the body, the master enters the disciple's womb. The whole thing is reversed.
क्या
The
बात है.
whole process is reversed. That
Very,
now the master has become a part of the disciple. Initially, the disciple becomes a part of the master, but after the master leaves the body, the master becomes a part of the disciple. He becomes one with the disciple. And that is what happens, that is what sannyas is all about.
yes. And I think the involution start taking place, and then
Yes, yes,
that
yes.
light will keep radiating across
Absolutely,
the light.
absolutely, absolutely. I must share something interesting with you.
Please, please, please.
Some time back, about a few months back, Shailendraji asked me to write a song for him on Osho to
क्या
be
बात है.
used during one of the festivals.
अरे वाह.
I think he said, you write the lyrics, I'll get the music composed and so on and so
क्या
forth.
बात है.
So I'll just read out the lines for you. This is
Yes.
basically what it's all about.
Yes.
What it means to be an Osho disciple
Uh-huh.
and what Osho means to us.
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. We are very curious.
So just listen to it. ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं. ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं. ओशो को ओढ़ते हैं, ओशो को बिछाते हैं, ओशो की चांदनी में रात भर नहाते हैं, ओशो को पाते हैं, जब ओशो में खोते हैं। ओशो में जीते हैं, ओशो में मरते हैं, ये मत पूछो हम और क्या करते हैं। ओशो के जिक्र में आंखें भिगोते हैं। ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं। पत्ते पत्ते हैं यहाँ ओशो के प्रेम पत्र, ओशो के हस्ताक्षर यत्र तत्र सर्वत्र।
क्या बात है।
समय माली ओशो के चरण चिन्ह बोते हैं। ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं। ओशो की आशीष हथेलियां हो जब सर पर, एक नजर में मार डाले हमें ओशो की नजर। रोते रोते हंसते हैं, हंसते हंसते रोते हैं। ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं। सूरज की हर किरण एक नया जागरण, सांसों की पुरवाई ओशो का ही स्मरण। हर लम्हा उम्र का बस यूं ही सजोते हैं। ओशो में जागते हैं, ओशो में सोते हैं, ओशो के सिवा हम और कहाँ होते हैं। आई थिंक
क्या।
somebody is doing the music on it. तो this was a request from शैलेंद्र जी
हाँ जी,
कि
हाँ।
I need a song from you from one of our festivals like Enlightenment Day or the Osho birthday celebration and so on. So I wrote it and sent it to him.
आपने आपने ये कहा तो मुझे दो चार बात ऐड करने को जी करता है, क्योंकि मैं
हाँ,
भी गुरु भक्त हूँ। मेरे भी गुरुदेव
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
श्री
बिल्कुल।
शिव कृपानंद स्वामी जी। और
हाँ।
गुरु चाहे अलग हो, शिष्य चाहे अलग हो, सिर्फ रूप का भेदभाव है, पर स्वरूप तो एक ही है, चेतना तो एक
हम्म,
ही है, ब्रह्म एक ही है।
हाँ
इसी हिसाब से हमें लगता है कि ओशो के आशीर्वाद, ओशो की चेतना आज आपके जरिए सोल सत्संग प्लेटफॉर्म से सारे विश्व तक पहुंच रही है। और वह चेतना, वह आशीर्वाद, वह चैतन्य की सुगंध सारे विश्व में ऐसे ही फैलती रहे, यह हमारी प्रार्थना है। तो आपने जो अनुभव बताया ओशो
हाँ
सम्मेलन से अभी तक का,
हाँ
उसमें एक वर्ड बार बार आ रहा था, मैं हूं ना, मैं हूं।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
चाहे वो आपके पिताजी के सामने माताजी
हाँ
की बात हो रही हो, चाहे वो आपके जॉब पे
हाँ
आपकी ओर से टॉर्चरिंग हो,
हाँ
चाहे चौपाटी पे आप ध्यान कर रहे हो और
हाँ
कोई पत्थर फेंक रहा है,
हाँ
आपके हृदय में जो विश्वास और समर्पण था, उसकी वजह से गुरु की कृपा बहती ही है और बहेगी ही।
हाँ
ये
हाँ
मेरी
बिल्कुल
मानना है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
तो जिस तरह से मैंने आज पर्पसफुली ऑरेंज कुर्ता पहना है, क्योंकि आपके जीवन की स्टोरी में मुझे एक ही बात बार बार नजर आती है, रंग दे तू मोहे गेरुआ, रंग दे तू मोहे गेरुआ। उस गेरुए ने आपके हृदय को, आपकी आत्मा को इतना रंगीन कर दिया है कि कोई दुख, कोई चिंता, कोई भय आपको परेशान नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि आपके हृदय में यह विश्वास है, मेरा गुरु है ना मेरे साथ, मेरे पीछे है ना। उसके ऊपर दो पंक्ति माँ अमृत प्रिया जी ने एक गीत गाया है, उसकी मैं
हाँ
गाता हूँ आपके लिए।
हाँ
ओशो तुम मेरी जन्नत हो, ओशो तुम मेरी जन्नत हो, मेरी मोहब्बत, मेरी इबादत, मेरी हकीकत हो। ओशो तुम मेरी जन्नत हो। और ओशो का ये जो तरीका था, आपको हंसाते हंसाते बाहर के सभी विचारों को भुला देना, आप शून्य हो जाते हो। आप कहते हो ना कि मैं ओशो के सामने गया, मुझे कोई इच्छा ही नहीं होती है, कोई विचार ही नहीं आता।
हाँ हाँ
तो ये तरीका था, गफलत से जगा दे जो तुम ऐसी सोहबत हो, गफलत से जगा दे जो तुम ऐसी सोहबत हो, कुदरत की रहमत हो, तुम नादे अनाहत हो, कुदरत की रहमत हो, तुम नादे अनाहत हो। ओशो तुम मेरी जन्नत हो. Osho is heaven for all those who loved him, who believed in him, and who are ready to follow him. Because he came to awaken us, he
Yeah, yeah,
came to teach us anything.
yeah.
तो ये भाव है.
नहीं नहीं, बहुत अच्छा लिखती है.
हाँ, बहुत सुंदर है. वी
हाँ,
कैन गो ऑन द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. बिकॉज आपने मैडम की बात कही,
हाँ,
मेंशन दैट योर वाइफ इज आल्सो अराउंड यू. तो
हाँ.
व्हेन डिड यू गेट मैरिड एंड started your family? During what year?
1976.
Seven.
1976 he got married. Yeah.
अच्छा अच्छा. So after that you took the दीक्षा, right? 77 में आपने दीक्षा ली.
नहीं नहीं, मैंने 1972 में दीक्षा ली.
अच्छा, 72 में ली थी. अच्छा अच्छा
हाँ. And she got initiated in 1978, I think.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा.
हाँ.
Very beautiful family photo.
Yeah.
विहान और ईशान है ना उनका नाम?
Yeah. Vihan and Nishan.
एंड द नेम ऑफ मैडम जी?
Ma Prem Kanti is her sannyas name.
अरे वाह.
Her legal name is Mrs. Kanti Pandey. Yeah.
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस,
Yeah.
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल. आप का पूरा फैमिली बहुत ब्लेस्ड है. ओशो के
हाँ.
आशीर्वाद है. आई कैन सी शी आल्सो गॉट इनिशिएटेड आफ्टर.
Yeah.
सो देयर
I
कैन
mean,
नॉट.
that is what Osho had said, that
हाँ.
I will get one more sannyasini. I didn't realize that what he's talking about. I didn't expect. In fact, for me, it was a big surprise when it happened. In
यस.
1978, that's where she's getting initiated. That's her. And Osho is giving uh, her blessings.
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल.
Yeah,
आई लव द नेम. कांति इज द आभा और ओरा.
yeah.
Kamlesh is the king of lotus. So when you have the Abha and lotus, you are going on the higher plane, higher chakras.
Yeah,
That is the Samadhi Takka Yatra together for both of you by the grace of Osho, your master,
yeah,
and our beloved Guru.
yeah,
This very beautiful pictures, very beautiful memories.
yeah,
We really appreciate you sharing all these memories and photos because it made the moment live. And for those Osho lovers, it gives us some sort of connection with Osho's energy when we are watching all these pictures. That
yeah,
I am sitting in front of Osho. Through you, we are getting that
yeah,
love and blessings of
yeah.
Osho. So we thank you very much for that, sharing this.
Mm.
थोड़ा इनफॉर्मल माँ प्रेम कांति जी से भी बात कर ले. हाँ जी.
हेलो
तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि
जी.
आप हमारे साथ आए हो, हमको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. और
हम्म,
आपके जरिए ओशो के आशीर्वाद हमारी टीम को भी मिल रहे हैं. तो
हम्म.
आपकी कोई ऐसी बातें हैं जो आप कहना चाहोगे जिससे हमको लगे कि हम ओशो से कनेक्ट हो गए?
सबसे पहले जब मैं गई थी संन्यास लेने
हाँ जी.
तो मेरा नाम कांति है
हाँ जी.
और ओशो ने देखते ही कहा अरे सचमुच तुम तो कांति हो.
अरे वाह.
बड़ा अच्छा लगा सुन के उनसे. और संन्यास आने के बाद जो अनुभव थे 2-3 दिनों तक वो तो बहुत ही बयान नहीं कर सकते हम.
सही है, सही है.
और संन्यास लेने के बाद लगभग हम लोग 5 इयर्स तक पुनः बॉम्बे जाते रहे. एवरी
हाँ.
फ्राइडे जाते थे और मंडे मॉर्निंग आते थे और 3-4-5 जितना भी ध्यान हो सकता था करते थे. बस एक सिंगल एजेंडा रहता था कि बस ध्यान करना है. जी.
वीकेंड हमेशा ओशो के नाम हो जाता.
वीकेंड हाँ जब तक अपना 5 इयर्स तक आफ्टर आवर मैरिज हम लोग जाते थे और ध्यान करते थे और वापस आ जाते थे मंडे. एंड आफ्टर 5 इयर्स व्हेन माय सन वाज बोर्न तो उसके बाद तो बहुत मुश्किल हो गया. फिर तो हम जा नहीं पाए. फिर उसके बाद ओशो खुद चले गए अमेरिका और इस तरह से रहा. पर जब
हाँ.
तक वो थे वहाँ पर और हम जाते रहे तो बहुत ही अच्छा अनुभव रहा हमारा.
हाँ
जो
जी.
एक ध्यान का अनुभव है वो तो एक गजब है. मतलब उनके साथ रहना उनके उनको सुनना अपने आप में बहुत
बहुत बहुत सही बात कही. और
हम्म,
आपका विश्वास
हम्म.
कब बैठ गया कि नहीं ये
हाँ
मेरे लिए गुरु है? आपने
हाँ
आपने 78 में दीक्षा ली, यानी
जी.
कि बहुत जल्दी शादी के बाद तुरंत आपने भी.
हाँ 76 में मेरी शादी हुई है. 78 में मैं दीक्षा ली. हाँ
तो
मैं
आपका
रेगुलर
विश्वास बैठ
ध्यान
गया
कर
कि ये गुरु है हमारे लिए.
नहीं, जो ध्यान की अनुभूति होती है या उनको जो पढ़े हैं, जो सुने हैं, उसका जो एक अनुभव है, वो एक अलग ही
सही।
सा अनुभव है उसका तो।
और स्वामी जी ने हमें बताया था कि
जी,
बच्चों के बारे में भी कुछ
हाँ,
कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हुए थे, लेकिन
हाँ,
की
उन्होंने
कृपा
कहा।
से ये भी आपके जीवन में आशीर्वाद बन गया। उसके बारे में आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो जरूर कहिए।
हाँ, कुछ हो गए थे प्रॉब्लम्स, मिसकैरेजेस वगैरह होते थे 2-3, तो पूछी मैं कि ऐसा हो रहा है अभी क्या तो उन्होंने कहा कुछ नहीं, 5 साल ध्यान करो, उसके बाद हो जाएगा। उसके बाद ध्यान हुआ और सब
अरे वाह!
बहुत अच्छा एकदम हो गया।
तो
वैसे
ध्यान
शादी के
तो
बाद भी हम लोग 2 साल तक तो मैं संन्यास नहीं ली थी। मैं अपना रंगीन कपड़े ही पहनती थी, ये पहनते थे ऑरेंज। तो जैसे ही हम लोग कभी ट्रेन से कहीं जा रहे हैं, उतर रहे हैं, तो लोग बड़े अच्छे-अच्छे कमेंट देते हैं, "अरे! स्वामी जी की तो लॉटरी लग गई।"
हाँ, हाँ,
बड़े
हाँ।
अच्छे-अच्छे कमेंट्स लोगों के होते
हाँ,
थे
यानी
और
कि
इंटरेस्टिंग।
स्वामी
हाँ।
स्वामी जी किसी लेडी के साथ जा रहे हैं भगवे में, तो लोगों को लगता है कि ये तो संसारी संसारी सुख ले रहा है स्वामी होके।
अच्छा, वही दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है। सब कोई बोलता था, कोई कुछ इस तरह से
तो
काफ़ी कुछ रहा।
आप उनसे शादी के पहले अध्यात्म में जुड़ी हुई थी?
नहीं, 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 मेरे
तो
को तो
फिर
कुछ
आपने
वृक्षों के बारे
कैसे?
में कुछ पता ही नहीं था।
अच्छा, फिर भी
हाँ।
आपने एक सन्यासी से शादी करने के लिए हाँ कर दिया, तो
हुँ,
मतलब
हुँ।
आपको कुछ ऐसा लगा या उस समय
नहीं,
पेरेंट्स
नहीं,
ने बोला
ऐसा कुछ
कि?
नहीं हुआ क्योंकि मेरे पिताजी भी जर्नलिस्ट थे। कुछ टेक्निकल पब्लिकेशंस निकालते थे और रामनाथ गोयनका जी के कैलकाटा ब्रांच के मैनेजर थे। तो चूँकि हमारे घर में भी एक एडवर्टाइज़िंग का वो था और मेरे को काफ़ी पता था क्या है विज्ञापन का क्षेत्र और कैसा होता है।
हाँ,
तो
हाँ,
जब पता चला कि हाँ, तो राइटर हैं और हेडलाइन्स लिखते हैं, आप कैप्शंस लिखते हैं और क्योंकि पढ़े लिखे हम मेरे तो ध्यान उस तरफ ज़्यादा गया कि भई
राइट,
खूब पढ़े लिखे
राइट,
हैं
राइट, सही
और
से।
इंटेलेक्चुअल। हाँ, और
हाँ,
एक हिंदुस्तान के सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी में काम करते हैं,
ओके,
तो
हाँ,
वो
तो
सब था।
रेप्यूटेबल
और
है।
ओशो के बारे में मेरे को कुछ पता नहीं था, तो जब ये
हाँ,
मेरे को लेके गए, तो देख कर के लगा एक अलग ही दुनिया है और उस समय
हाँ,
तो इतने फॉरेनर्स, इतने जापानीज़, इतने मतलब लगता ही नहीं था कि हम एक मिनी वर्ल्ड ऐसा था।
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ,
और
हाँ,
बहुत बढ़िया लोग बहुत कुछ कहते हैं आश्रम के बारे में, बट हमको तो कभी कुछ दिखा नहीं, शायद
हाँ।
लोग जो कहते होंगे।
ब्यूटी
हाँ,
ब्यूटी लाइज इन द आइज ऑफ बिहोल्डर। हम
हाँ,
वही
हाँ,
देखते हैं जो हमारा व्यक्तित्व है या हमारी छोटी सी समाज
हाँ।
में बसती है।
क्योंकि
आपका
हम तो बस।
फर्स्ट ऐसे
जी।
एक्सपीरियंस ओशो के प्रति या पहली
हम्म,
बार वो विश्वास कैसे
हम्म,
हुआ होगा? क्योंकि स्वामी
हम्म।
जी के अनुभव उनके अनुभव थे,
हाँ, हाँ,
पर
जैसे कि
आपका
हाँ।
आपने गुरु बनाया उसके लिए
हम्म,
वो
हम्म।
क्या अनुभूति ऐसी दी
नहीं, और
उन्होंने?
जीवन के साथ काफी अनुभव थे, अपना पढ़े लिखे गए, सब कुछ सबसे मिले, सब जो एक ध्यान का अनुभव हुआ, वो मेरे लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण था। जो हम ध्यान किए और उनके बताए हुए ध्यान करते थे, उसके बाद जो अनुभव होते थे, मतलब आपके अंदर इतना चेंज हो जाता था कि आप रास्ते चलते-चलते किसी गरीब के बच्चे को देखें, तो आपको लगता था कि चलो मैं इसको गोदी, मतलब इतना कंपैशनेट हो जाते थे कि उठा गोदी में ले लें। तो एक जो अनुभव होता है ना, वो ध्यान का ही अनुभव है।
आई थिंक
आई हैव वन मोर क्वेश्चन।
श्योर, श्योर। हाँ,
क्योंकि
हाँ।
कमलेश जी ने हमें आपके बारे में थोड़ा ही बताया है
जी।
मतलब पिछली मीटिंग में, तो इसलिए
हुँ,
मेरा सवाल उससे रिलेटेड है। तो
हुँ,
अगर हमारे ऑडियंस को भी हेल्प करे या
हुँ, हुँ।
हम सबको हेल्प करे तो
हाँ, बोलिए।
कि उन्होंने बताया था कि यू
हुँ,
हैड लाइक 2 मिसकैरेजेस
यस।
और आपकी फैमिली से काफी प्रेशर आ रहा था उस समय, और फिर
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ।
आप ओशो जी से मिले।
हुँ,
तो एज अ लाइक मदर और वुड बी मदर,
हुँ,
अगर मिसकैरेजेस हो रहे हैं तो
हुँ, हुँ।
आपको मन में कुछ ऐसा तकलीफ
इसमें
या ऐसे कुछ हुई? क्योंकि
हाँ।
कमलेश जी तो बड़े कैजुअली बोल रहे थे, बट इट
हुँ,
डिडंट
हुँ,
फील लाइक कि
हुँ।
वो तो स्वामी भक्त थे, तो छोटी सी
वो तो
चीज
है।
है।
हाँ।
बट और पर परिवार के लिए ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है कि
हाँ,
अरे मतलब पोता
ऐसा हो रहा
पोती।
है, एक के बाद एक ऐसा हो रहा है।
हाँ,
तो
इट्स
एक
अ वरी
थोड़ा
थिंग।
हाँ, वरी
या सो व्हाट वाज
मेरी
योर
मदर।
मेंटल स्टेट उस
नहीं,
समय?
मेरे को पता नहीं, मेरे को मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव थी कि ज़रूर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा ही होगा। इसके लिए ज़्यादा लोग जो कह रहे हैं या मैं सब इस डॉक्टर के पास, उस डॉक्टर के पास भागूँ, ऐसा हमने कुछ भी नहीं किया।
ओके।
हाँ,
नाइस
एक तरह का
So I
ब्लेसिंग
had
तो
a
इस
very,
बात
very
का।
positive bent of mind.
और हमारे यहाँ पर ऐसे जैसे हमारे स्वामी जी भी कहते हैं कि मतलब ओशो जी ने आपके बेटे बच्चों को एक तरह से गुरु शक्तियां अवतरित हुई, वो भी एक मतलब बच्चे भी एक अच्छी आत्माएं हैं जो आपके घर में आई हैं, और
हाँ,
वो
हाँ।
भगवान ओशो के वजह से आई हैं, उनके आशीर्वाद से आई हैं। तो आपको कभी ऐसा लगा कि इन बच्चों में भी वो एक गुरु शक्तियां मतलब कुछ अलग है, हमारे बच्चे भी
हाँ, हमारे बच्चे
ऐसा
अलग है। अब्बा
गुरु
के इन्होंने तो
आशीर्वाद से पैदा
हाँ, हाँ।
हुए या उनके उनकी देन है, ऐसा आपको
हाँ, हाँ,
महसूस
हाँ।
हुआ ड्यूरिंग ब्रॉट अप देयर?
हाँ, वो तो है। उनके अंदर काफी कुछ फर्क है। बाकी आजकल के बच्चे जिस तरह से होते हैं उस हिसाब से मतलब बहुत ही फर्क है। बहुत
हाँ,
ध्यान रखना हर छोटी-छोटी चीजों का, बहुत ये तो
वो
है।
संस्कार अलग ही होते हैं।
हाँ।
और आई आई ऑलवेज फील, मैं हमेशा जो दिखता है
हाँ,
उसको नहीं देखता हूँ बाहर
हाँ,
से।
हाँ, हाँ।
मैं
हाँ।
भीतर जाके सोचता हूँ आत्मा के स्तर पे, जैसे नाम ही है हमारा सोल का सत्संग, तो आपकी आत्मा
हाँ,
क्या
हाँ।
कहना चाहती है या देना चाहती है। मुझे लगता है कि जब गुरु हमारे द्वारा कई लोगों तक पहुंचना चाहता है तो पहले हमें तैयार करता है। और जिस तरह से आपको 5 साल तक उन्होंने पुणे बुलाया, उस व्यक्ति से जोड़े रखा, और उस तरह से एक मातृत्व के साथ चेतना की शक्ति को वृद्धिगत किया, ऐसे मुझे लग रहा है।
हाँ।
तो
हो
उस
सकता है कि हुआ
उस
होगा ऐसा।
हाँ,
हाँ, हाँ।
उसी में
हाँ।
मुझे लगता है कि गुरु अपना प्लेटफॉर्म बनाता है। और हमारे गुरुदेव कहते हैं एक पिता तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ही, क्योंकि वो बीज दे रहा है बच्चों के लिए, लेकिन जो धरती है उसका फलद्रुप होना और उस धरती का भावपूर्ण होना बहुत जरूरी होता है।
हाँ।
उसी से अच्छे फल वाला वृक्ष बनता है, ऐसे हमारे गुरुदेव कहते हैं। तो
हाँ।
और
हाँ।
हमारी साधिकाओं को स्वामी जी एक आध्यात्मिक स्थिति पे ले जाकर ही प्रेरित करते हैं कि अब आप अच्छे आत्माओं को आमंत्रित करने के लिए उपयुक्त बन रहे हो। इसलिए ध्यान साधना बहुत जरूरी है। स्वामी जी ऐसे कहते हैं।
अच्छा।
मुझे आपकी स्टोरी में से वो ब्लेसिंग दिखते हैं ओशो के,
हाँ।
कि कैसे आप दोनों के ऊपर ओशो ने ब्लेसिंग दिए।
ब्लेसिंग्स दिया।
और विहान और ईशान आपके बच्चे नहीं, ओशो के ही बच्चे हैं, ऐसे हमें लगता है।
वो तो है।
तो ये
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन मेरा आपसे, आप जैसे ओशो नहीं रहे, पर आपकी साधना जारी है,
अच्छा, पता
तो
नहीं ओशो नहीं रहे। हमको
हाँ
कभी नहीं लगता है।
मतलब
हमको सब समय
वही
लगता है कि वो है।
एग्जैक्टली
सब
वही मेरा
समय।
क्वेश्चन है कि
हाँ, मेरे को
फिजिकल
कभी नहीं
फॉर्म में
लगा
नहीं
कि वो
रहे।
शरीर
हाँ
में नहीं है। ऐसा
करेक्ट
हम तो
करेक्ट
5 साल तक लगातार उनके यहाँ जाते रहे, मिलते
जी
मतलब सुनते रहे उनका प्रवचन वगैरह। पर बाद
जी
में जब वो अमेरिका चले गए तभी भी नहीं लगा कि वो नहीं है, और
हाँ
आज भी नहीं लगता है। हो
आज
सकता है
भी
सब
नहीं
समय
लगता।
है ना।
ओके,
सब
वेरी
समय।
वेरी नाइस। वही मुझे पूछना था कि शरीर
हम्म।
छोड़ दिया पर उनकी एब्सेंस आपको
हम्म।
महसूस होती है या
नसीहत, हाँ,
प्रेजेंस
हाँ।
महसूस
हाँ,
स्टिल द
हाँ।
सेम?
इट इज देयर।
ओके ओके, वेरी नाइस वेरी नाइस।
ओके।
बहुत बढ़िया, क्योंकि अभी हमारे गुरु जो हैं शिव कृपानंद स्वामी जी, जो हिमालय से आए हुए, वो
अच्छा।
अभी जीवंत हैं गुरु।
ओ,
और
अच्छा।
हमको मतलब उनके जैसे आपको ओशो जी के जीवन काल में रहने का और एक
एक, हाँ,
अलग
सानिध्य
अनुभव
का, हाँ,
मिला,
मिला।
हमको भी वो मिल रहा है। पर
हम्म।
अभी हम सोच भी नहीं सकते कि हमारे गुरु अगर समाधि ले लेंगे तो हम सांस भी ले पाएंगे कि नहीं, कैसे होता होगा कि गुरु
नहीं,
मतलब
कभी
आई नो
लगता ही
कि
नहीं कि गुरु नहीं है।
हाँ
आप
सही
सचमुच
बात है।
ऐसे ही,
नहीं वो
हाँ,
तो
सचमुच
बिल्कुल
ऐसे
हाँ वो उसी हिसाब से सशक्त, और वो कहते भी कि मेरे शरीर से मत जुड़ो, पर एक वो
एक
एक
होता है ना।
धरती पर उनका वजूद शरीर के
हाँ,
साथ काफी ज्यादा कनेक्टेड लगता है। सो यस यस, वेरी नाइस वेरी
okay.
नाइस।
Now we want to go one more level, that okay, your family also got involved with Osho, you were also there, but what about your colleagues or friends? Did they take any interest in learning more from Osho? For example, would you like to share any story from Mumbai film world?
She's the only person who was seriously interested in Osho was Vijay Anand, Goldie
Acha.
Saab,
Uh-huh.
the film director who made film like Guide.
Yes, yes.
He was very seriously interested in, but he could not continue beyond a point
Uh-huh.
because he had some other issues. He had some other problems.
Personal situation.
Basically, what happened was he was in love with his own niece, the daughter of his own sister,
Uh-huh.
the daughter of his real sister. He was in love with her from very young age, and so much in love with her that he never got interested in any other woman. He tried many times, but it didn't happen. And now, when he came to Osho, for a while he tried getting married to some other actress called Lauleen, I think,
Uh-huh.
hoping that at least it will distract him from the mind and make him peaceful. But it didn't happen. That
Yeah.
love he had for his niece was something so deep, for example, for a long time. So he went to Osho, asked for his opinion, his advice. And Osho said in South India, it's very common that the maternal uncles get married to their niece. It's very common like in Islam, for example, a boy can get married to the uncle's
Cousin.
daughter
Uh-huh.
and, within the same relation. So you can get married, go to South and get married.
Uh-huh.
But his entire family was against him. His entire family, Devanand, his elder brother Chetananand, his all his sisters and everybody, his mother, everybody was against him. They sort of boycotted him, literally. He felt uprooted from his family. And second thing that happened bad was that after the huge success of Guide and Jewel Thief, the other films that he made, they flopped.
Uh-huh.
You know, uh, Blackmail, Bullet, couple of others, Rustam, something like that, Ram Balram,
Mhm.
they all flopped. So as a film director also, he was reduced to almost nobody. He got
Right.
so frustrated at the same time. On one level, his family was becoming a big problem. They had
Right.
boycotted him. He was uprooted. His career as a director in movie was not coming to anything. On both fronts, he was facing disappointments, big time. Third, that I suspected, because I used to meet him, he was my guru in a way. He was the best script writer that
Yeah.
industry has produced and one of the best directors. And I
Right.
learned so much from him about script writing,
Mhm.
that he had a secret desire to be a guru himself. He liked to teach. He loved to teach people. I mean, even as a director, they have
Uh-huh.
to explain everything to the actors, to the
Right.
technicians, how to do things. So that kind of, and they are almost a teacher. Any director is almost a teacher. So he had a secret desire of being a guru because he enjoyed explaining things to other people.
Uh-huh.
Now, the thing was, we already had Osho. Osho was alive, Osho was talking, and anybody who wanted to know anything, they can go to Osho directly and get anything explained as well as they wanted. Nobody needed a separate guru beside Osho to explain Osho to them. So why would anybody go to Vijayanand to get Osho's philosophy explained to them?
Very true. Very true.
That also was an element that uh, was working against
Yeah.
him.
Against him.
And one fine day, he left sannyas. In fact, one day I went to meet him at his house when I was in ZTV, and all Osho books were lined in front of his house, out of the door, in the corridor. Osho
Wow.
books was lined there. I said, why have you kept them out? I said, okay, if anybody wants to pick up any book, they can pick up and take away.
Yeah, but
Anyway, so he left, but he was very
sincere.
sincere and very serious. Mahesh Bhatt was not sincere and not serious.
Uh-huh.
Mahesh Bhatt was basically in awe of Vijayanand.
Uh-huh.
He wanted to be the next Vijayanand in a way. So he followed Vijayanand and he also took sannyas. So while he was taking sannyas from Osho, Mahesh Bhatt, Osho asked Vijayanand to keep his hand on Mahesh Bhatt's back.
Okay.
This is very important. It's very important. Many people don't know this and don't understand it, why Mahesh Bhatt left.
Uh-huh.
Osho knew that Mahesh Bhatt will leave.
Guru
Mahesh
Goswami.
Bhatt was not surrendering to Osho. He had come to Osho because of his admiration for Vijayanand.
So his idol was Vijay Anand, and then
Vijayanand. So that is why Osho asked Vijayanand to keep his hand on Mahesh Bhatt's back. So he made Vijayanand responsible. He was making Vijayanand responsible for Mahesh Bhatt's sannyas, not
Okay.
himself. And
Right.
Mahesh Bhatt, obviously, I'd met Mahesh Bhatt a couple of times those days. And one
Right.
fine day, he took off his mala and flushed it down in the toilet. That's what he said. I don't know
Right.
what he actually did, but apparently he flushed it down the drain in the toilet, his mala, which I
Right.
think is the ultimate disgrace to a master. That's
Absolutely.
ultimate disgrace to a master, and that
It
really
shows
shows
the
what kind of a
ignorance.
disciple you are. Yeah.
It is the ignorance of the person, I would
But
say.
but Vinod Khanna was quite serious and sincere right till the end. Right till the end. Vinod also left everything. He went to Oregon. He went to Rajneeshpuram. He
Uh-huh.
became a gardener to Osho's garden.
Uh-huh.
So Vinod remained sincere to him throughout. So only three people finally, they took sannyas when Osho was in the body. After Osho left the body, then Rekha Bhardwaj, who is a singer, Vishal Bhardwaj's wife, she also took sannyas. Maybe a couple of other people I'm not aware of because I don't meet them. So they may have.
In the
But
photo,
there are many people who are very impressed and they admire Osho. They talk about Osho. They do praise Osho. They say nice things about Osho. But they are basically intellectually excited. For them, Osho is an intellectual excitement. He is
yeah,
not a master. For them, Osho is just a intellectual, what you call, uh, yeah, intellectual entertainment.
yes, yes,
He's not a master for them. There are
right,
many
right,
people like that. Many
yeah,
actors like Ashutosh Rana or Nawazuddin Siddiqui or
uh-huh,
Manoj Bajpayee and so on. They talk about Osho. They like Osho. But for them, Osho is like, just intellectual stimulation.
yeah,
Nothing beyond that. They will not take sannyas. They will
very good.
not surrender to Osho. Their egos are too strong. Their egos are too strong to surrender to anybody.
So I feel, and I have seen and witnessed in our, uh, how you say, the circle of disciples and followers of our Gurudev also, that many people come in the spirituality, but they are not able to leave their intellectual mind or attachment to the worldly things. And that is the reason why they are not able to progress to the spiritual level. They are opportune enough
Yeah,
to come in
yeah,
front of the guru and learn from him. That is what happens. I want to ask two, three questions.
yeah,
Can
yeah.
you see the Vinod Khanna's slides? There is a photo of you and Vinod Khanna,
Ah.
and with you, between two of you, there is another person. Who was
Yeah,
that?
he is Swami Ved Tirth. He
Uh-huh.
used to be a taxi driver in Mumbai. He was one of my very good friends, my best friend.
क्या
And
बात है?
very recently, he has left his body. Just a
Oh,
few months back, he left his body. He's no
Kamlesh.
more there. And
Right.
same thing had happened to Vinod. He also has left his body. So, but he was one of my best friends, and we were very close. And though he was a taxi driver,
Right.
yeah.
We can go on the previous slide of all the Bollywood stars. There is one more family who was also there. So the first discourse of Osho was arranged at Manoj Kumar's house.
Yes, yes. It was arranged in 1966, I think.
Uh-huh.
Manoj Kumar invited Osho at his house, and
Uh-huh.
Anandji Kalyanji, who were admirers of Osho for a long time,
Right.
they had known about Osho earlier. So
Okay.
they came, and because of them, Devanand came, Vijayanand came, a couple
Oh,
of other people. I think Amitabh Bachchan, he also had gone there. So
yeah.
it was like a small group of people who
Uh-huh.
attended, and Osho spoke a lot. In fact, I don't know how somebody informed me that Amitabh Bachchan offered his autograph book for Osho's signature, for
Uh-huh.
Osho to sign.
Uh-huh.
And Osho wrote in his autograph, I don't know how accurate it is, I
Uh-huh.
just heard about it,
Okay.
that live your life as if it is acting,
Uh-huh.
and act as if it is your life.
क्या बात है?
Live your life as if it is acting, and act as if it is your life. And
Wow.
that is a lesson for all actors.
क्या बात
That
है?
is the, the simple sutra that, you can give to any actor. Ki live. You act as if it is your life, and you live as if it is acting.
Very,
So,
very beautiful.
yeah,
You said. And I think it matches with what Shakespeare also said, that we
yeah,
this stage and we are all playing different roles in the life. So we
yeah.
literally, when we are living the life, we have to act because one day
Uh,
it is only the soul, it is our consciousness that is going to stay, and this clothes will be dropped down, this body will be dropped down.
yeah.
So very, very beautiful. And what about there is one thing you mentioned also about Harivansh Rai Bachchan. He
Yeah,
also, right?
yeah. Harivansh Rai Bachchan was very interested in Osho for a long time. In
Yeah.
fact, whenever Osho used to be in Delhi, he used to go and meet him, because Harivansh Rai Bachchan had a house in Delhi.
Okay, okay.
And in fact, in one encounter, after Osho had finished speaking at a place, Harivansh Rai Bachchan had said, "Ki you are going to be assassinated. You are so controversial, you are so blunt,
Uh-huh,
you, you are going to die." It's
uh-huh.
like Aristotle or Jesus or any of those people, or Socrates, like
Right.
Socrates,
Mhm.
like they killed Socrates, they will kill you because you are trying to tell the truth. And
Yes.
Osho laughed. He says, "Yes, I know that. Yes, I know that." But all these intellectual people like Harivansh Rai Bachchan, regardless, they may be, very good, very good scholars, poets, writers, whatever. Their basic issue is, yes, they can become a fan. They
Uh-huh.
can easily become a fan of Osho because of the way Osho speaks, his words, his discourses, but they will not surrender. They will not surrender.
Yes.
And hence they can never become a sannyasi, and hence they will lose Osho. They
Very,
lost Osho. I'm saying that Harivansh Rai Bachchan had an opportunity and he lost Osho. Why? I remember it happened in front of me in Woodland Apartments. We were
wow.
there, young sannyasis, just taken sannyas, and Osho's books had come from Jabalpur. About a lakh, about 150,000 books had come from
Wow.
Jabalpur, and we are organizing Osho's library in Woodlands Apartments. And it was afternoon. By that time, a lot of people had started coming to Osho, especially the foreigners. And
Right.
there were so many people that it was not easy to accommodate everybody without an appointment. So
Very,
Osho had started giving appointments to people for meeting, even to us, even to
uh-huh.
sannyasis. If we wanted to meet him, we had to ask for an appointment to meet
Very,
Osho, and whatever the problems we had, we wanted to share, we could share. So one fine afternoon, Harivansh Rai Bachchan came to Woodland Apartment, and he told Lakshmi that I want to meet Osho. So she said, "Look, you will have to take appointment. He can't meet you today because there are other appointments that he's supposed to be available for." And that's where I heard, the usual thing you hear from intellectual giants, scholars, poets, writers. He said, "Oh, now Harivansh Rai Bachchan will have to take appointment with
wow.
Osho." That shows what kind of a mindset. All
Mm.
his interest was intellectual. All his interest in Osho was simply intellectual. It hadn't gone down deeper. They only found Osho intellectually stimulating or at best entertaining.
Yes.
Nothing more than that. It
Yes.
didn't matter to them what Osho actually was. Osho was a gift. Osho was the ultimate gift to humanity after thousands of years, after Gautam Buddha. He
Very,
was existence gift to mankind. Here is one more opportunity for you. You guys have been missing Buddha and Mahavir and Jesus and all the rest of the masters and so on. Here is your opportunity again. The
very,
earth will never be free from enlightened people. Here is one more.
very, very true.
So Osho was the opportunity given by existence to all of us. And it was not a sheer mere coincidence that we got interested and we got became a sannyasi. We all have had long journeys, many lifetimes. Osho had been through many lifetimes, thousands of years of journey, because he
Very,
didn't want a master. He was
yes,
never keen on a master. He was on his own. He was a lone traveler. He never went to a master. That's
yes.
why it took him so long. He
Very
used
true.
to say that many of the people who started the spiritual journey with him, they had already become enlightened.
क्या बात है?
Not him. He was the last of the group. Osho was the last of the group to get enlightened, while others had got enlightened quite earlier because they had found a guru and a master, and Osho refused to have a master.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it is a strange or unlikely coincidence, or maybe a divine coincidence, that Osho's journey and our journey came to coincide in this time space, in this century, in this time frame when Osho was in the body and we were in the body enough to be able to follow him, to follow his techniques and so on, and surrender to him.
I,
So
I,
it's not just a coincidence, and that's why I don't blame these people who could not take sannyas. All these scholars, poets, writers, actors who could not take sannyas, I'm not blaming him. I think because all of us have individual journeys. We all have come from a very long distance. Our journey started much earlier, many lifetimes earlier. And in
yes,
many lifetimes, we were perhaps Osho's disciples. And
very
he
true.
had given his promise that when I know it, I will give it to you when I come back. If
Very
I
true.
find it, when I find it, I will come and give it to you. And that's why when he found it, when it happened with him, he came to us and we went to him.
Very, very,
So
very
it
true.
was all worked out. And perhaps it was a existential conspiracy. It was a conspiracy of existence that Osho and we meet in this time space.
I agree. Absolutely
Yeah,
truth. And those who have really walked on the path of spirituality with total inward journey, not looking
yeah,
at the outside, would not disagree with you on this point. I want to add two more things from what my guru has said.
yeah,
That when a living guru comes in our
mm,
life,
yeah,
he talks at his level, which is always crown chakra or above. And what we are is below the Agya chakra because we are in the worldly duality. That guru is trying to give us something from his level, but because our understanding is at the lower worldly material level, we cannot match with the frequency of guru's words. And either because of this life or past life, we probably have, uh, we can say, attachment or karmic entanglement that is holding us to stay in this ignorance. And that is the reason why I would say we fail to accept this guru's teachings. So this is where we are thinking that spirituality has a big role in our life. And when we are born during the same time as a living guru like Osho or my Gurudev Shivkrupanandswami ji, I think we are destined to get connected with this living guru. Like Swami Shivkrupanandswami came in our life when I was in Montreal, and after spending 17 years in Himalayas, वो कहते हैं ना घर बैठे गंगा में नहाने को मिला. He came to Canada. He gave us the enlightenment through his awakening, and today, for last 25 years, we are doing meditation and spreading his word. And this exists like experience that we are sharing here on Soul Satsang from different gurus like Osho. During my college days, I was listening to Osho. So I was already in connection with Osho because we were in the same time frame, living in Mumbai when Osho was also there, and we learned from his philosophy. We practiced certain things from his philosophy. I did not know the meditation. When the time came, I was ready to accept that teaching of meditation also. Guru came in my life. So we have to see it that way, and that is the reason why we are bringing different stories, different experiences of different gurus and different disciples. So somewhere, somehow, our audience will connect to one of the speaker, one of the story, and they will feel that, oh, I should be thinking like this. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I don't want to make this mistake that XYZ person has made during Osho's life and during our lifetime.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is one movie about Osho's life, Osho, Lord of the Full Moon, that was being developed with Italian Rajneesh disciple, Sukameli, and Subhash Ghai. Is it true that you were writing the screenplay for that movie?
Lakshin and I had worked for 7 years on the script,
क्या बात है?
and I took him to every Bollywood producer
Uh-huh.
like UTV, Mukta, XYZ, a lot of people. Nobody bought it. Finally, I persuaded Subhash Ghai that his own production company, he, he can take a look and what is possible. And somehow it worked out, and Subhash Ghai announced it in an international film festival that
Wow.
he's going to produce the film and Lakshin is going to direct it. And we were looking forward to it. Not only that,
Uh-huh.
we had sent the script to Al Pacino, the Hollywood star,
Wow.
and we had sent him a whole lot of books and videos of Osho, and
Wow.
he had agreed to play Osho. Al Pacino had agreed, he had consented to play Osho. Only problem he said he faced was that Osho's English accent. How will
Uh-huh.
he get Osho's English accent? And for that, he said he will have to do a workshop. He will have to take a workshop to get Osho's accent right.
Right.
But he was ready to play it. All he needed was a money as signing amount, only rupees 3 crores.
Wow.
Even that money we couldn't get and from anyone.
Okay.
Anyway, so once Subhash Ghai announced the film, the Osho Ashram in Pune, Pune Osho International
Uh-huh.
Resort, they sent a legal notice that there is a copyright on Osho
Wow.
and we can't do it. So the moment there was a legal notice, the investors they ran away.
Uh-huh.
Who will be interested in getting involved with something which can be a long legal battle?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, and that's where I would like to say something about this Pune International
Ashram.
Resort.
Mhm.
I don't know what some people may think about it.
Uh-huh.
But I'll give you two examples.
Mhm.
Our Osho Dham ashram in Delhi, they were fighting copyright issue with OIF, with Osho International Foundation, copyright issue, because the copyright is registered in US, in
Uh-huh.
US.
Mhm.
So they were fighting in the legal court, in High Court, in New York.
Right,
They're
right.
fighting for a long time. They spend a lot of money fighting the case so that they can use the word Osho for the Osho Dham,
Right.
resort, ashram. Surprisingly, OIF, Osho International Foundation, gave an affidavit that Osho was their employee. Employee. The
Not good.
master.
Yeah.
They turned into an employee, and hence he has no copyright. Not only that, Osho is an employee, and they were bearing the expenses of his boarding and lodging in exchange for his speeches.
Wow.
He spoke, and they gave Osho food and shelter. Food and shelter. That was not the end. There was one line which was even more amazing. That Osho was born in London. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Osho International Foundation claimed in a legal document that Osho was born in London.
This is
That is the kind of reputation Osho International Foundation has.
this is
They
eye-
have removed all the photos of Osho from the Pune ashram.
uh-huh.
They refuse to enter Osho sannyasis who want to enter with mala. You can enter any mosque, any church, any gurdwara, any temple, anywhere in the world with Osho mala.
Very
But you
true.
can't enter Osho ashram Pune with Osho mala.
Wow.
2 years back, we tried. About 200 Osho sannyasis. They entered with the Osho mala. Osho International Foundation, they called 400 policemen from Pune. And 400 policemen of Pune, they lathi charged Osho sannyasis for wearing mala in Osho ashram. That is Osho International Foundation.
This is sad.
Now we are fighting the case in the court to be
Yeah.
able to wear mala in Osho ashram, as well as whole lot of other illegalities they have done, money laundering.
Wow.
They have money. They have in every, I mean, people like Mukesh Sarda, Amrit Sadhna, Devendra, and all the other major the stakeholders,
Uh-huh.
the trustees. They have
Right.
all built up personal properties. Personal properties in real estate with the money earned from Osho's work. Osho for them has proved to be a gold mine. They don't want to give it up. In fact, the charity commissioner, where the Osho International Foundation is registered in Bombay, the charity commissioner finally, after a lot of our struggle and legal fight, gave us right that they will have to get the accounts audited of last 20 years, where they have spent the money and how.
Yes.
They refuse to get it audited. They have gone to Supreme Court. We are fighting in Supreme Court as well. So you can't imagine, not only that, they have started editing the books of Osho. Editing. Like the
Yeah.
book of wisdom,
Yes.
many
Yes.
chapters have gone. Chapters where he talks about discipleship, about the master, about guru, about all the divine issues which are Indian. So they have what they have done to Osho, even the American government could not do when they put Osho in jail and gave him thallium poison. They are trying to kill Osho in a much worse way than the American government tried.
Yes.
By taking him through so many jails in 11, 12 days. That shook the world of Osho, where
Very
he
well.
was made to suffer and put in the jail and made to sleep on something which was radioactivated. Somehow, he was exposed to radiation. He was apparently given thallium. I'm just repeating Osho's own words. They are not my words. They're
Yes.
Osho himself has, acknowledged in many of his speeches how he was treated in America when he was put in the jail, how he was taken through and in handcuffs. An innocent man without any warmth was put in iron chains, hand and feet both, taken all over America through many days and through American jails and exposed to radiation and all kind of, maybe thallium poison.
Yes.
But yes, that is America. I mean, fine, you can, because America is a kind of country it is. So yes,
It is
they
very
have their own policies. But what Osho International Foundation is doing in the name of Osho, is unbelievable, inhuman, inhuman. They have stopped all the festivals. No Enlightenment Day, no birthday, no no Guru Purnima, no celebration. In place of that, they have this stupid monsoon festival every year where they have people dancing to stupid Bollywood tunes, ugly, obscene Bollywood tunes. People dance right where Osho used to speak, where Osho used to, for 20 years, Osho walked on the podium every
Yes.
day when we went to attend the lecture. They have removed the stones of the podium. They have sold off the stones of the podium to somebody.
This is sad.
They
This is sad.
have destroyed everything that Osho ever created. In the name of Osho, they have destroyed it. And they claim that they are the copyright owners of Osho's. I mean, you can blame the British. The British stole 47 trillion dollars worth of Indian property, jewels and property and theft.
Kohinoor.
Over 200 years, they stole it from India. What
Yes.
OIF is doing is stealing the intellectual property
Yes.
of India, the spiritual property of India in the name of copyright. And on basis of what? They have forged the Osho's will. They have forged Osho's will. They have copy pasted Osho's signature from a book onto the will document, and the will has been given the certificate that it is forged by 3 different forensic labs. 3 different forensic labs have certified that the will is forged,
Wow.
and nothing is happening.
This is the truth that Osho lovers are supposed to know. And
And
today,
I am a little not upset, but I'm a little disappointed
yes.
that what is happening to Osho lovers and sannyasis in the West.
Uh-huh.
The fight should be here in the West. What we can do in India, the copyright is here in the West.
Absolutely.
They should be fighting here.
Yes.
They should take them to court. They should give them hell.
Yes. I agree with you.
What kind of a disciple we are?
Yes.
We are fighting. We are into Supreme Court. We have tried on a political level as well. We met the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Even I personally wrote to Modi ji. I
Right.
personally wrote to Modi ji because for a brief shining moment, I had some connection when he was the chief minister.
Right.
And
Right.
I informed him. So my complaint was sent by PMO to the Pune police. So I got a phone call from Pune police that we have got a complaint from PMO in your name that there is something about this Osho International Foundation. I said, yes, it's my complaint, and you convert it into FIR and investigate what they are doing. Investigate it.
Very
They
true.
said we can't do that. And then I found out why they can't do it. The kind of, I mean, in India, it is common thing how the police works.
Right. Right. Right.
Everybody is available for sale.
Corruption.
Every administrator, government administrator, every, the law enforcement agency, nobody is beyond doubt.
Yes.
Anybody can be bought. That is what OIF is doing. They are buying people.
Right. At least what you have said today is eye opener, not just for me, but for all the Osho lovers in the world. And that is one of the reasons why we wanted to keep this in English so that international Osho lovers can also have the truth. And there are many who were living in Oregon and who were with Osho in those days.
Let me add one more thing.
Please.
All these, the so-called OIF trustees
Uh-huh.
in Pune ashram, they have foreign passports. Mukesh Sharda has an American passport. He's an
Wow.
American citizen. Devendra has from Singapore. They all have bank accounts in other countries.
But
So
they are
anytime they are under threat of legal punishment, they can leave India and they can escape. They have got their own escape route all worked out. And the money they have made from the ashram is unbelievable.
Yes, yes,
the
yes.
kind of lifestyle they need.
This is unfortunate thing to witness or to know even
Yeah.
about such things, because this is the reason probably why Osho was saying, I want my discourses to be the word for the people, because it brings not only the original vibration and chaitanya from Osho, but the teachings of Osho without
No,
changing anything.
Osho was very particular that don't ever change a word in what I say. Even
Yes,
if I give a wrong, sometimes it used to happen.
yes.
Sometimes, for example, Osho used to tell a story from Upanishad, and
Uh-huh.
sometimes he will use the wrong name.
Uh-huh.
Aruni, yeah, Shwet Ketu, what was there?
Right.
And when we ask them, ki, look, you have used the wrong name, so can we change? My mistakes are my mistakes. You can't change my names. Do not change anything in my words. The only add punctuation. He
Yes.
wanted us to only add punctuation, full stop, commas, and semicolons.
That's it.
Now, what OIF is doing, they are completely deleting discourses, sentences, words. Even the people who ask the question, they are removing all the names of the disciples who had asked questions to which Osho had answered.
Very
They have
well.
reduced the Osho books to nothing. There's no picture of Osho on any book. And Osho used his photograph to invite people. We used to go to Pune every weekend.
Right, right,
Many people who had come from all over the world, they did not know English, they did not know Hindi. They did not know, understand his language. They have
right.
only seen his picture. His eyes were invitation. His pictures were invitation to people who could not understand Hindi or English. That's why Osho insisted on using his pictures on all his books. He used to
Very
get himself specially photographed for the book covers, simply for the people who could not understand English or Hindi, they could see the picture and they can come to him. So he could draw people through his pictures,
very,
not
very true.
only by his words, but by his pictures.
Yes.
And now OIF, Osho International Foundation, is removing all that. Now there's no Osho face on any of his Osho books.
Okay. I understand that. So, what is the best thing you like about Osho's teachings, and what meditation methods Osho taught in those early days? Do you practice meditation even today?
Let me first talk about the teaching. There are no teachings.
Okay.
He was not a teacher, he was a master.
Okay.
And master has only communion.
Right.
There is no teaching, there's just a connection.
Very beautiful.
His words were just an excuse to draw people in. His
Uh-huh.
words were a device to draw people in and finally take them to a level where the words become unnecessary. The teaching becomes unnecessary, irrelevant. The words lose their meaning. He used to take us to silence. So when silence is more important, what is the matter about who talks about teachings and who knows about I don't know. I don't know about his teachings at all. So that is it. If at all somebody insists on something, let's say love. Love in a very strange dimension. Not love, the kind of love we experience in normal life, but something else altogether. Love is a kind of phenomena that can't be explained, can only be experienced. It can only be felt. One can't talk about it. So if love is his teaching, again, I can't talk about it because I don't know.
Very true. Very true. Swamiji, another question that we have is, what is the best thing you like about Osho's Deshna or teachings? What meditation method Osho taught in those early days? Do you still practice the meditation?
Yeah, as far as the teaching is concerned,
Uh-huh.
the teaching is only a device to attract a disciple, to
Right.
get people interested, to listen to Osho. But what the main objective is the communion between the master and the disciple,
Wow.
where the teaching plays only an instrumental role as a device. that you are drawn to the master because of the teaching, but you continue when the communion happens with the master. That is what it is. Second thing, yes, the dynamic meditation that Osho invented literally, the most appropriate device or technique for the modern man. That before the modern man can finally come to a state of meditation, it needs to get rid of all the garbage. And hence the catharsis became an important part of the technique. And hence the dynamic. To begin any technique that Osho had given, one had, in my experience, you should start with dynamic. Dynamic really cleans you up. It takes out all the garbage inside you, all the layers, all the suppression, everything, all the negativity that you have been carrying for many lifetimes, not just this lifetime.
Right.
You physically, mentally, emotionally exhaust yourself completely.
Right.
Then you come to a state where meditation can happen.
Right.
So, dynamic is a kind of the foundation on which any meditation technique can work. But it is required as a foundation. Like in any building, the foundation is the most important thing. So
Right.
after that, you can try anything. You can try Nataraj, Kundalini, you can try Vipassana, you can try Anapansati Yoga, you can try Nath Brahm, you can try any technique. But the foundation is dynamic, and that is Osho's most original contribution to mankind. You must exhaust yourself, take out all the garbage, emotional, psychological, all the hang-ups, negativity, and then you come to a state where meditation can really happen.
So those who don't have any understanding or knowledge about Osho's way of teaching meditation, they are curious to know what is dynamic meditation.
Yeah, dynamic has it's there on internet. You can easily access it on internet, or you can go to oshoworld.com. Oshoworld.com is a website of Osho Dham from Delhi, and they have all Osho's audios and videos and meditation techniques and everything explained in detail there. But just very briefly, I'll try to share it. It has 5 steps. The first 10 minutes are rapid breathing, rapid and fast, totally chaotic breathing, not like the pranayam in yoga. It's not a pranayam. It involves breathing, but it's not pranayam. It is totally chaotic, rapid breathing as fast as one can, so that maximum oxygen goes inside you. Maximum oxygen from the environment goes inside you. First 10 minutes are deep and fast breathing. The next step is the most important, which is catharsis.
Okay.
You let out everything that comes from inside you. You may start laughing, you may start dancing, you may start saying abuses, you may start getting angry, you can, all kind of things happen. Sometimes you can even the memories of the past lives come forward when you were an animal or when you were a tree. And that's a very aesthetic experience when you begin to feel, in some past life, when you are an animal like a lion or, some other animal, that animal comes out of you and you start screaming like an animal, screaming like a lion or a tiger. Or sometimes, you start feel like a tree. Your hands become branches and you start dancing in the wind like a tree does. So, in the second step of catharsis, a lot of aesthetic experiences may happen, and all the garbage comes out, whatever you have been suppressing for a long time, this life and other life, it all comes out.
Wow.
This is the second step. This is also for 10 minutes.
Okay.
The third step of 10 minutes is the hammering of who. Who is a mantra. Like in Sufis, they have Allahu. So it is who is from the same. Who is the sound which hits your navel center? Who is the sound? So you have to raise your hand like this,
Mhm.
and start jumping and
Okay.
jumping and saying who for 10 minutes. So the
Wow.
third step is the who step, which starts hitting your navel center, where the energy or what you call kundalini is there in a very nascent stage, your unwoken up stage, sleeping. The
Wow.
snake is sleeping in your navel center. The Kundalini snake is sleeping in your navel center. So the who hits the navel center for the Kundalini or the snake to wake up and start
Mhm.
moving up. So these three are active meditation. Fourth
Okay.
step is you freeze. You
Okay.
completely freeze whatever is happening. You completely freeze as you are, completely. No movement of any kind. For the
Ah,
next 10 minutes in fourth stage, you are actually in meditation. That is really meditation. Three steps are active steps:
mhm.
breathing, fast and deep breathing,
Mhm.
catharsis, expression, and
Mhm.
of course, hoo chanting, hoo
Okay.
hammering. Not chanting, but hammering. These
Yes.
three are active steps. The fourth step is totally non active, totally passive. You freeze almost like a statue. Like
Okay.
when you have seen the kids playing a statue. Stop, stop. So at the end of the third step you will hear the sound stop, either Osho's voice. It is better to use the soundtrack which is in Osho's voice, and Osho
Wow.
used to conduct this dynamic. It is available on internet.
Very
So
good.
when the word stop comes, you stop completely frozen. And that is the real stage for meditation. After 10 minutes of silence and stop, you start celebrating. The music starts, and you may start dancing. You may very lyrical dancing, very aesthetically beautiful dancing. You celebrate meditation. That is the fifth step. So these are the five steps of dynamic, which
Very
in
good.
my mind is the most revolutionary meditation technique given by Osho to mankind.
Very,
And
very true.
that is the foundation of any meditation technique that you want to practice. Vipassana, Anapanasati, Nath Brahm, Kundalini, Nataraj, whatever you want to do. They are all beautiful, but foundation is dynamic.
I feel that this is very beautiful. I have heard or learned something from Osho Sanyasi for the first time, the exact description of what dynamic meditation is
Yeah,
all about.
yeah, yeah,
Because I feel it's combination of Kriya Yoga, it is combination of Hatha Yoga, it is combination of real meditation and
yeah,
celebration, the ultimate that we want
yeah,
in the Anand. So I think it is very beautiful.
yeah,
I will try that.
yeah,
Really. That is really nice.
yeah.
So,
You
my
can find the demo. You can find a demo on internet. I
uh-huh,
think on oshoworld.com website, you will find a demo of the technique, all five steps.
very beautiful.
Yeah.
And do you still practice the meditation in today's time?
I don't practice dynamic anymore.
Uh-huh,
Actually, I think earlier this year I was conducting dynamic on Juhu Beach in Mumbai for
uh-huh.
about 4 months. Anybody who wants to start meditation, they must start at least 3 months of continuous dynamic every day. Every
Very nice.
day for 3 months, continuous dynamic. In 3 months, all the garbage is thrown out. You are
Very,
relaxed. It brings you back to a state where meditation becomes so easy and effortless. So 3 months minimum is required, not
very
less
true.
than that. Anybody who wants to practice dynamic, 3 months minimum, and every day early morning when the oxygen level is very high, that time.
From from what you are expressing or explaining us, I feel that all the repression we have in our subconscious mind should be cleared up in those 90 days because
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
and then
And
your
and one should not get worried if something really bad comes out, because it is hidden. It is
yeah.
better to bring out everything that was hidden, good and bad, ugly and beautiful. Everything comes out. And
So
it is good that if you can really do it on a beach or in open space, in a garden, that will be much more beautiful because the level of oxygen will be high. If that is not so convenient, then you can do it even at your home. There is
Right.
the soundtrack is available. The music track is available on the website. You can download the music track. It may even be on YouTube, perhaps.
Mhm.
If somebody has uploaded it, you can access it on YouTube, download it, and use that soundtrack, especially the one which has Osho's voice in it.
Very beautiful.
I
This is
may
a
have it. What I will do is later on, I'll try to find if I have it on my phone. I
yes,
will
and we'll share it.
forward it on your number. Yeah.
We'll share it in our program then. Very beautiful.
Yeah.
We can go on the next question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, in today's time, it is very easy for people who want to promote something like YouTubers or influencers to have millions of followers. But 50 years ago,
Yeah.
we did not have the multimedia, social media, internet, nothing. And in those days, Osho became world-renowned personality. So much so that 21 countries did not even want him to come to their country. So,
Yeah.
question to you is he was very notorious person and he always made controversial comments on the religion and politics. Was it a publicity stunt or he wanted
No.
people to get out of status quo mindset?
It, it was not at all a stunt for publicity. Osho
Ah,
did not need publicity.
right.
He needed to wake us up, standing against the entire ugly past of humanity.
Yeah.
Humanity has been living an ugly past with all kind of stupid conditioning, stupid ideas, obsessions, suppressions, all kind of idiotic things. So
Yes.
somebody, an enlightened man like Osho, had to get up and say, okay, what you are doing is wrong. You are suffering because the entire humanity is miserable. Entire humanity is suffering. There's so many issues and so many problems, and nobody seems to have any solution to them. So you
Yes.
can't reform, you can't make little changes and tweak here and tweak there. You have to completely revolutionize everything. Rebel. Osho was a rebel. And like a
Right.
rebel, he stood up against all the stupidities that we had conditioned ourselves into. Whether it was socialism, at that time I remember 1968, he was India was obsessed with socialism. Indira
Yes.
Gandhi was prime minister, and there was this big hoo-ha about socialism. It was even there in our Indian constitution, socialism. And Osho started talking against socialism. What is socialism? In the name of equality, you only distribute your poverty, nothing else. You
Very
have
true.
nothing to distribute except poverty. You need wealth. And how to create wealth? In 1968, Osho was speaking that you must invite the world technology and world resources and world's money to India. You should open your doors. You should open your economy to welcome all over, everything from that world can offer you. Technology, money, resources, everything.
Very true. Very true.
And the whole India went against him. All the so-called the socialists and the communists and so on, they were so much against him, criticizing him. How can he speak against socialism? That is our ideal. That is what we are following. So
Yeah.
he spoke against socialism. He spoke against Gandhi.
Mhm.
There is a famous lecture series called Bharat Gandhi or Meri Chinta. It says Gandhi is a wonderful man, but he's not right for the contemporary India at that time. His spinning wheel is not going to make people comfortable. You can't feed a country of 100 billion people based on the technology which is a spinning wheel. You
Yes.
have to be modern. You have to adopt technology. You have to embrace technology. You have to
Ve-
embrace the best things the world has to offer, whether it's technology or money or resources, whatever. So he had to speak against Gandhi, and obviously, whole country went against him. You know, In fact, because of his speeches against Gandhi, Gujarat, we were offered a big piece of land to build an ashram. Osho
Uh-huh.
was offered a huge piece of land, I think
Uh-huh.
100 acres or so, to build
Uh,
an ashram. But when he started speaking against Gandhi,
no.
the Gujarat government said, no, it can't be given to him. You're talking against Gandhi.
सही
Osho
है.
said, I don't give a damn. I would rather lose these 100 acres for my ashram than not speak the truth. And he was speaking the truth. And the same thing happened, much later. I think in recent past, suddenly there is so much debate about Gandhi and his philosophy and so on. So it was his device to wake us up. We had grown up with all kind of conditioning and preconceived ideas and hang-ups, and we were sticking to it. And we thought that is what it is all about. And Osho wake us up. And to waking us up, he had to hammer hard. We were
Yeah.
asleep. Humanity was asleep in a deep sleep, and humanity was under this comfort level. Oh my God, everything is fine with the world. Nothing was fine with the world. The world was in a mess. World is still in a mess, which is what makes Osho relevant even today and even in the future. The
Very
world was in a mess, and the world is still in a mess, and that is why the world needs Osho and his vision and his deshna to wake up and see what is reality, what is truth, what exactly is what you should know, who you are, who we are, what is this whole world, what is universe, why are we here in the first place, and so on, and where are we going, what is
very
going to happen, all kind of questions. So Osho had to hammer hard, not
Mhm.
to get publicity, but to wake us up. And we were fast asleep, and we required hard hammering to wake up and take notice. So some
Did
of
he?
us did wake up, people like us, and
Yes.
some people are still waking up slowly. So, which is what is going on, not because he needed publicity.
Very beautiful. So we want to move to the ashram aspect of Osho because we have heard
Hmm.
from Swami Shailendraji that it was growing so fast that there was a need for ashram. And then came Pune 1, Pune 2, and Oregon. Have you visited these ashrams and
Yes, yes.
what
I
difference?
used to visit. I used to visit Pune one every weekend,
Oh,
and once in a while for 8 to 10 days when there was a meditation camp there, I had to take leave from my job. I was in a day job,
uh-huh.
so I used to visit. I and my wife, both of us, used to visit Pune one almost every weekend, and once in a while for 8 to 10 days for the camp.
Wow.
And it was like a UNO. There was no country on earth which was not represented there.
क्या बात है?
Even though the language were only Hindi and English, we
Uh-huh.
had people coming from countries who could not speak Hindi or English. They had only come in, just by looking at Osho's picture and drawn to his eyes and his consciousness. So we
Wow.
had people from all over the world,
Uh-huh.
not only from all over the world, we had even people from CIA. CIA
Oh,
was very worried why the whole world is gravitating towards this Pune ashram of this one man, Osho. Because
so
my younger brother, who's also a Osho sannyasi,
uh,
we had one small hut outside the ashram, which was called
uh-huh.
smoking temple. Inside the ashram, you can't smoke. You could not smoke. So we
Okay.
had made a small hut outside the ashram, which was called smoking temple, where people used to come and smoke. Whosoever wanted to smoke. Osho was not against smoking. He was for meditation, and
Uh-huh.
meditation actually it used to bring you to a level where you stopped smoking, you stopped drinking. So one night when he was on duty in the smoking temple, he found an ID card of a CIA man,
Wow.
and he brought the ID card to Lakshmi. And in the
Uh-huh.
next day, in the lecture, in the discourse, Osho announced it that now we are getting very popular with CIA as well. So they are getting interested in Osho. I don't know what CIA was doing in the ashram, but I think they were worried
Yes.
why this one man is able to attract people from all over the world, all cultures, all races, all colors and creeds, people who have been following something else, and very educated people, very engineers, doctors, scientists,
Like,
philosophers, psychological, psychiatrists,
uh,
therapists, therapists, therapists
yes.
from all over the world were coming, leaving their, their handsome jobs, and they were coming to Osho. So it was a melting pot. Pune one was a melting pot of the entire planet.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
In fact, we had people from countries where India didn't have an embassy. So
Wow.
they used to go to another country to get a visa to come to India
Yeah, what?
because they didn't have an Indian embassy to give them a visa. So we
Yes.
had people from those countries as well, but they were attracted by Osho, they were in love with Osho, and they used to come. That was Pune one. Pune was happening, the most happening place at the time, from 74 to 84,
Wow.
when Pune one happened. It was the most happening place, and we used to go there almost every weekend and once in a while for 8 to 10 days for the camp. Yeah.
It must be very interesting for you and all those people who were attending this place in those days. And we have heard that Sri Krishna was called Mohan because he was capable to create the charm, charmful
Yeah.
effect. His charm was creating the effect on the mind of people to attract them, to mesmerize them. And that is what in our time, 50 years ago, we have witnessed with Osho that he was able to attract
Yeah.
so many people. He was Manmohan, I would say.
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah.
very beautiful.
Yeah.
But
Actually, initially his name was in the childhood Rajneesh Chandra Mohan.
yes,
Osho's name in the childhood was Rajneesh Chandra Mohan. Then,
yeah,
of course, he dropped Chandra Mohan, stick to Rajneesh, and even that was dropped later on. And, you know, he went
amazing.
on changing names many times.
Very true. Very true. So, then did you get chance to visit Oregon Ashram also?
Yes, in 1985, Osho left India in 84 and he
Uh-huh.
went to Oregon for his physical reasons. He had a severe back problem. He needed very dry weather.
Uh-huh.
He was asthmatic, he was diabetic, he had back problem. I think maybe a bit of spondylitis as well.
Uh-huh.
So it was advised that he should go to a place which has dry weather. And
Uh-huh.
Sheila was his new secretary. So she
Uh-huh.
identified this Oregon place in US, and he went there. I went there in 1985 for
Okay.
about 3 weeks. I was there for 3 weeks in 85. In 86, of course, he came back to India in
Very,
86 because of this, that we have already spoken about, how what the American government did against him. Even though
very,
later the Attorney General had to finally announce that they had no evidence against Osho. They had no evidence against Osho. They just wanted to get rid of him out of US. That's
yeah,
why they had to manufacture and invent all kind of things, take him through many jails and give him the punishment and thallium poison and radiation and all that crap that American government did to him. I mean, one unarmed man,
yes,
simple man, innocent man, scared America to hell. American government was scared. Reagan was scared.
yes,
Of course, maybe Vatican too perhaps was behind it because many Christians were leaving Christianity and coming to Osho. Had caused much concern to Vatican. So
yeah,
Vatican was interested in, somehow Osho must be stopped. And
right.
the government of Reagan, they did exactly that. They
Very,
managed to do that. In fact, it
yeah,
was, I mean, we heard from uh, the sources that if Osho had not left US, he would
uh-huh,
have been assassinated. He would have been killed. He would have been killed.
yes,
But he took, it was his compassion. He
Uh-huh.
returned to India for us
Very true. Very
and for
true.
the rest of the world. And for the rest of the world, yeah. Let me just spend a few seconds on that.
Yes.
Oregon was the alternative lifestyle that Osho contributed to the world. Yes, this way too, you can live, where nothing belongs to anybody and everything belongs to everybody.
Very, very
Nothing
true.
belongs to anybody and everything belongs to everybody.
Every,
That's why you called a commune. We were real communists. We were really, really communist. The cars, the buses, the planes, the food, the clothes, everything. Nobody, no individual had a personal property. People who came to Rajneeshpuram, they either contributed whatever they sold off their homes and offices and businesses and contributed all the money to the commune. So commune was a place where everybody was equal. Everybody had equal rights. Whether it was food or clothes or the cars or even this, uh, the vehicles that Osho had, the
okay.
Rolls Royces. I mean, it was a very rich commune, and when Osho went there, it was a desert. Oregon was a desert. For thousands of years, it was a desert. No animals, no birds, no trees, no nothing. In three
Yeah.
years, we converted that desert into a paradise.
Very,
There
very
were
true.
trees, there were lakes, the birds came, the animals came, you know, the deers and other animals came,
Oh,
the
because
birds came. It came to life.
yes,
The whole world came to see ki what has happened to this desert.
very,
So,
very
so 10,000 Osho sannyasis in 3 years' time with their own hands, and they included many women. Almost 50% were the women sannyasis. They
very
converted this desert into a real paradise. And what a paradise! I've
yeah.
experienced that. I was there for 3 weeks.
Yeah. And people
So, and
question,
that was an alternative lifestyle that Osho offered to the world. Ki this way too you can live, where nobody owned anything as a personal property, but everybody had everything.
yeah. And
Everybody had access to everything,
so
equal distribution of everything.
people were
Yeah.
donating their own things, personal belonging to make these things happen because this must have required a lot of money.
Out of devotion to Osho,
Very true.
we were getting so much love happening there that
Uh-huh.
it didn't matter how much money I had, how much resources I had. People who could afford, they sold off their businesses and offices and homes and so on, and they migrated to Oregon, to Rajneeshpuram, to live there, to live with Osho. I mean, to live with Osho, no price was too big. No price was too big to be
Very,
able to live with Osho. No price was too big. So people who sold off their properties and businesses and homes and offices, it was nothing. It was just some material stuff. But what was happening with Osho, the interaction with Osho, and Osho was in silence. He was not even speaking. For
yeah.
3 years, when he was in Rajneeshpuram, he didn't speak. Actually, when I reached there, he had started speaking. He had
Ah,
just begun to speak.
okay.
That was my blessing that, after
Yeah.
3 years of silence, he started speaking. So that was an alternative lifestyle, an example of alternative lifestyle that Osho offered to the world. Yes, this too can be a way to have a happy life.
Yes.
And we had hospitals, we had factories, we had farms. We were growing our own food, vegetables, grains, everything.
Very beautiful.
We
Very
were
beautiful.
making our own clothes. We had everything. We didn't lack anything at all, and that is what upset the American government.
Yes.
How can these orange people be so happy?
Yes.
I mean, how can this one man have 83 Rolls Royces, which no
Yes.
one in America could afford?
Very, very
That
true.
was a lesson to America. That
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Osho's lesson to America. If for you, one Rolls Royce is a big deal. here are 89. I think 89 or 93. 93 Rolls Royces. Yeah.
He was there.
Osho and 93 Rolls Royces. Here I have 93. What do you say? That
Yes.
really hurt America big time. And
Yeah.
obviously, when it hurts, you get jealous and you
Yes.
respond, you react in a negative way. And that's what they did at that time.
From this platform of Soul Satsang, I bow down to all those Osho lovers who contributed in all possible ways to make
Yeah.
the commune possible, because it is not easy for a ordinary person to let go or to surrender and to donate everything. But these people have not just donated their financial resources, but also they put the service in making this happen, because it takes a lot of labor.
Let me just add one more thing.
Please.
You were talking about, it is not easy to leave everything and surrender.
Uh-huh.
If you are in love with anything, you will give up your bloody life. People have given up life for the ordinary love for a woman or a man. Here was a
Yes.
master. So
Very.
it was not a sacrifice. The people who sold off everything they had to come to Osho were not sacrificing anything. In fact, they were going for something bigger and much important than the
Yes.
ordinary, the money and everything else. So I would not say it is not easy. It's very easy if you are in love. If you are
Yes.
in love, you will give up everything, even your life, not only your property or your life.
Very,
They
very.
gave only their property, not their lives.
Yes. So this is the
And
state of love.
property has no value compared to the kind of love that you will receive from a master. That
Yes.
happens in once in a few thousand years, gap. After Gautam Buddha, this was the first time it was happening after Gautam Buddha.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So
So
I don't see that these people were sacrificing anything by selling off their property to come to Osho. No, it was
very,
not
very.
a sacrifice. It was just the love for Osho, and that was beyond all properties and all resources and everything that you had.
So they must have experienced through this Osho's.
Obviously,
They
it is
must.
very difficult for me to explain what it was because it is an experience. I have
Yes.
lived it. I have lived it, and I know what it means.
Yes.
That is why I don't need to appreciate people who sold off their properties and so on to come to Osho. No, for
Yes.
me, I don't have any appreciation for them. They, for them, what was more important was being with Osho,
Very
and
true.
that is you can't put some rate
Price,
on that, some
price tag
price
on.
on that. You
Yes. Very,
can't put a price on master's love. You
yes.
can't put a price on master's love. So for master's love, no price is big enough to pay. No price. So
Very,
I'm not going to admire these so-called sacrifices. They are meaningless. I don't call them sacrifice. I said they made a good deal. They made
yes.
a good deal. In exchange, what they got was
Yes.
beyond all that you can manage.
It's a two
Because
way.
that you can't buy. Money can't buy that.
Exactly.
Money
Exactly.
can't buy a master's love.
Very true. Very
Money
true.
can't buy a master's love. Money, for the first time you realize, the uselessness of money. The uselessness of money, first time you realize when you come to your master.
Yes.
In this country, we have had the big tradition that whenever there was a master, the disciple will leave everything and go to him.
Very true.
Emperors leave their kingdoms and go to them.
Yes.
Emperors, like when Buddha happened, many, in Bihar, many kings, they left their kingdom and they came to Buddha.
Very true. Very true.
They were not sacrificing anything.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It is
Sorry.
search for divinity. It is search for their spiritual enlightenment that Osho was giving, and their love for Osho that made them go to this path of sannyas and being part
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
See, it is the most unique experience, to be with a master because even I can't explain what it is. It is something that either you experience or you don't experience.
Very true.
I have no way to explain it. It happened to me. I lived it. I know what it was. And no matter what I try, all words that I can try, I wouldn't be able to express it because it's not your experience. I can't
Very,
transfer my experience to you. I can only share my words with you, but not my experience with you. So that
absolutely.
is something which is very difficult.
Beyond words,
Why
we are
people would do that for Osho?
right, right, right. I myself have the experience of Guru Shishya
Yeah,
relationship because I got living Guru in my life 25 years ago, and I believe that it is something that you cannot describe because after getting
yeah,
Guru, all the other things in the world, in the relationship with even your family, your parents, your wife, your children, everything looks smaller when you put Guru in front of you because that is where I think Mirabai said that Mero to Girdhar Gopal dusra na koi. When you returned
okay.
from the Oregon, you brought some gifts or message for the Rajiv Gandhi also at that time Prime Minister
Yeah,
to share some memories of that.
yeah. What happened was when Osho came to know that I was there in Rajneeshpuram, and I was with Jayanti Bhai, who was the head of the Pune ashram at that time.
Uh-huh.
He and I had gone together to Rajneeshpuram. He is there
Uh-huh.
in the picture, the old man on
Yes,
extreme
on the
left
right.
of Rajiv,
Uh-huh.
extreme left of Rajiv. That's Jayanti Bhai.
Uh-huh.
So Jayanti Bhai and I had gone to Rajneeshpuram, and one fine night we got invited for a one-to-one meeting with Osho. I
Uh-huh.
couldn't believe it. We were mad. We were insane. We
Uh-huh.
were drunk. So we went, and at that time, India was going through this Punjab issue.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Indira Gandhi was assassinated, and Punjab was burning. Every So Osho asked me about India, what was happening there, because he had stopped reading newspaper or even watching TV for that matter. He had no idea what was happening in India. So I tried to brief him a little bit, and also I told him that Rajiv is a young man, young prime minister, and we are hoping that he will do something for this country.
Uh-huh.
We needed young people, and since I had known Rajiv as a man who was very curious to know about everything,
Uh-huh.
and he was a very decent guy at that time, decent guy. So Osho asked me about him. I said, he's a very open guy, very decent guy, and young man, and he's full of ideas. And we are hoping that he will do something for India. So Osho dictated a message for Rajiv Gandhi to his
Uh-huh.
secretary who was sitting there in English.
Uh-huh.
And she wrote it down, and I was given that letter that when I go back to India, I will give it to the Prime Minister.
Very nice.
So, unluckily for me, I didn't take a copy of that letter. I didn't take a photocopy because for me it was not,
Yes,
uh,
yes.
I'm not so good at keeping records.
Uh-huh.
I'm not so good at keeping records. Okay, I should have uh,
This
kept it. But Osho gave a suitcase full of books for Rajiv Gandhi.
क्या बात है?
As a gift, as a gift, Osho gave a whole big box full of his books for Rajiv Gandhi. So we went to visit Delhi. He's there in the picture, Rajiv Gandhi. My
Uh-huh.
wife is there, and my older son, Vihan, is there with me.
Uh-huh.
Rajiv and Janti Bhai and Ma Yog Prem, I think. So
Yes.
we gave Rajiv the whole suitcase full of books, and he said, "Okay, when am I going to read these books?" I said, "You don't have to read all of them. Even if you read one, that is enough." And I gave the letter to his secretary. This is what was given by Osho. I don't know what they did with it.
Uh-huh.
Like the government being a typical government bureaucratic, I don't
Yes.
know whether it reached his eyes or not, or whether he read any of the books or not, or what happened to the books. I have no idea. But
Right.
Osho had asked us to give this gift to Rajiv, and we did that. That's what
Very,
the picture shows.
That's a beautiful
But
memory.
in the letter, one thing very important. In the letter, I remember the words. Osho said, "Your life is in danger."
Oh yeah.
Osho, when he dictated letter to the secretary for Rajiv Gandhi, he said, "Your life is in danger, so be careful. Don't let anyone know what you are thinking. You are
Ve-
in a politics, and you are PM of a country who is in such a mess. So you have to be very, very careful, and your life is in danger. Don't let anyone know what you are thinking. Be careful." I remember that line. It was there in the letter. I don't know
Very
whether Rajiv was able to read that letter or find it or not. I don't know. I have no idea about that. I have no confirmation. When I came back to Bombay, I spoke to his office. I said, "Look, I've got this suitcase full of books and this letter from Osho to be given to Rajiv. So we want to meet him." So they said, "Fine, you come." And we went and we met Rajiv at the picture says, and we gave the gift of the
very nice.
books and the letter. Yeah.
Very nice. And
Yeah.
after when Osho had to go from one jail to another for 12 days,
Uh,
I think Osho commented that what Indian government was doing for all these days
yeah.
because
Let me come to me.
uh-huh,
I was in Delhi with Jayanti Bhai for 1 week,
uh-huh,
trying to meet Rajiv to do something for Osho, who was in American jails. Because
uh-huh.
Osho was an Indian citizen, besides being the master,
Very
was
true.
Indian citizen.
Mhm.
So I kept talking to V. George, who was Rajiv Gandhi's secretary at that time. V. George. I still remember the name. That
Uh-huh.
please, V. George, get me just 5 minutes with Rajiv. I want to talk to him about.
Osho.
I don't understand politics.
Uh-huh.
But now, on hindsight, I realize that that time India was in control of America. America was guiding India's policies. India was just an obedient servant of
Puppet.
America at that time. They could never do anything to displease America.
Like many countries,
The
like many.
government didn't do anything. Rajiv Gandhi didn't do anything. Not
Uh-huh.
that I took it very personally against him.
Yes, yes.
Actually, my appreciation of Rajiv ended the day in Shahbano case, the Muslim lady for whom the Supreme Court had ordered that she must get paid compensation after the divorce by her husband. Her husband, Muslim husband, had divorced her by just saying talak, talak, talak 3 times. And legally she deserved compensation. The Supreme Court had given a decision that the husband has to pay her monthly compensation because he divorced her by just saying 3 times talak, talak, talak. Rajiv Gandhi's government went against the Supreme Court decision just to please the Muslim community, because they believe in Shariat. So just to please Muslims, Rajiv Gandhi's government went against the Supreme Court judgment and denied Shah Bano her rights to compensation. I never forgave Rajiv Gandhi for that. I never forgave. That
Yes.
was unfair, inhuman to Shah Bano.
Very true. Very true.
So, but besides that, Indian policy for a long time. I think under the year 2014, India was always in the hand of America. India's foreign policy was governed or dictated by America, even though Russia was a good friend. But in many cases, most cases, India followed American footsteps, literally.
Mhm.
So the Indian government didn't do anything. So we went to the president, Gyani Jail Singh. Gyani Jail Singh was the president. So
Right.
some of us went to the president, and Gyani Jail Singh loved Osho
Okay.
because Osho had spoken Ek Onkar Satnam on Guru Nanak
Uh-huh.
book, and he was aware of it. He had inaugurated the book, in some function.
Mhm.
So Gyani Jail Singh called Indian embassy in US to
Okay.
go and help Osho and see what he needs. The
Right.
Prime Minister did not. Rajiv Gandhi did not. Gyani Jail Singh did. So the
Wow.
ambassador went. By that time, Osho was out of the jail. So the ambassador, Indian ambassador, went to Osho and says, "Okay, what can we do for you?" So Osho said, "You can't do anything for me, but let me know if I can do something for you." Osho told the ambassador, "If I can do something for you," that was Osho. So Indian government had zero contribution to Osho's release from US laws and US jails. They
That
were
is
they were following American footsteps. They were trying to please America every possible way. All that actually really changed in the year 2014 when Modi ji became prime minister, and
oh.
India started asserting itself as a power, as
Uh-huh.
one of the biggest democracies in the world. India began asserting itself. Before that, India was just following. We were good followers.
Very, very true. These are the things that probably ordinary Osho lover might never know if we don't have this
Yeah,
program, when you don't share this kind.
yeah,
And that is our job as Soul Satsang, to bring the truth,
yeah,
reality, so that people
yeah,
come out of their assumptions or wrong ideas. Because when people
yeah,
don't know the truth, they spread the rumors and gossiping about the guru or anything in the world that is not truth.
yeah,
That kind of thing is creating darkness in this world. We
yeah,
need
yeah.
the truth. But thank you very much for sharing that with us. I want to move
My,
to
my pleasure. Ma.
I want to move to the next part. You mentioned about Vatican feeling insecure and Christians, especially the politicians and Christians in the USA, feeling insecure. So Osho was blamed by the local Americans as a sex guru, developing a cult in Rajneeshpuram, Oregon, USA. Was Osho promoting adultery or polygamy, or there was a greater spiritual significance behind him allowing liberal sex practices at commune? Because we have understood from your meditation practice, it has nothing to do with that kind of things. But probably
Yeah,
in your words, when people will listen, they will understand better
yeah.
what Osho was trying to give us to this world.
The only word which can perhaps to some extent describe
Uh-huh.
what Osho was all about is freedom. Freedom for the individual. Freedom for the individual. Freedom to decide because it's your life. It's
Mhm.
your life. And only you are responsible for it. Whether you are miserable or you are happy, you are responsible. Nobody else. Not the society, not the country, not God, not anybody else, not destiny.
Right.
You yourself is responsible for whatever is happening to you, good or bad, happy or suffering, whatever it is. Freedom is what he was after, and which meant all these other things that society, in your interaction with society, you you get in a trap where you start following the norms, the moral code, the social code, the that society imposes on you. What is moral and what is immoral? The
Yes.
society imposes on you. It's not that they are truth, because
Yes.
same thing which is immoral in India is moral in America or some other culture. Something which is totally unfair somewhere is very fair in India.
Yes.
I mean, Hindus worship the cow, but some people, the beef is a very delicious dish, and so on.
Like you give
So,
the example of the niece marrying in southern India to
yeah,
the uncle.
yeah. So basically, Osho was about freedom, freedom to choose. You may be married, you may not be married, you may be single, whatever it is. You choose what you want to do, and Be ready for the consequences. Yourself, your choice. When you make a choice, you should be ready for the consequences. So, if you, for example, you are married and you're having an affair, you better be ready for the consequences, what is going to happen when you are exposed. Because you are living in a society which is bound by moral and social restrictions. So many restrictions, all the baggage of thousands of years of conditioning that you are living with. You are a victim of that. You are in a trap. Oregon in Rajneeshpuram at least gave the environment and the freedom to choose. At the same time, be ready for the consequences.
Very true.
That it didn't go down well with the so-called, social reformers and so-called religious heads, so-called, dharma gurus, and the popes and the
Right.
priests and the politicians and the social reformers and so on and so forth. I mean,
Yes.
everybody who has a vested interest in exploiting the society by keeping man in a bondage. They're all, whether it's the priest or the pope or the politician or the social leaders or the religious leaders and so on, they have a vested interest in keeping us enslaved, to exploit us.
Yes.
Sex is one of the best weapons. The moment you deny man freedom of sex, you are making him feel guilty. And a guilty man can be easily exploited. That you are committing something wrong. It is sin. It is sin. Now,
Right.
whose idea is sin in the first place? Who are you to define sin for somebody else? Who are
Very,
you?
very true.
The word sin is the more ugliest word in the dictionary of mankind. Sin is the ugliest word. It is invention. Like God is an invention of imagination, sin is an invention of social imagination.
Yes.
So Osho tried to get us out of this whole psychology, obsession of being the good and the evil and the sin and the virtue. All these things are just social definitions, social constraints. They have got nothing to do with truth.
Very
Truth
true.
is freedom. Freedom is the truth. All these constraints basically are to exploit you. So when
Right.
you make someone weak psychologically, emotionally, because they are trying to play with your sexual energy. Sexual energy is the primal energy of human beings. Not only human beings, but the entire existence. Whether it's a tree or an animal or a flower or a man or a woman, it is the same energy that existence gives you to expand. This
Yes.
energy is basically a flowering to expand yourself, expand
Very,
your consciousness, expand your physical nature. So man can create another man, an animal can create another animal, a tree can create another flower and fruit. The entire existence is expanding.
very true. Very
And
true.
behind that expanding nature, it is the same energy which is defined as sexual energy.
Very,
So sex is basically the creativity, the creative force of
yes.
existence. So how can you suppress
Very
it?
true.
How can you put that in a kind of social and moral constraint? Because it is existential. And
Yes.
you are not so powerful to control existence. You
Very,
are only powerful to control yourself physically, but you don't have the power to control life, to control existence.
very, very true.
There's
Very, very
no way to control sexual energy. So Osho said, don't bother about controlling it or repressing it. Be natural. Life is very natural. Animals are natural. Trees are natural. Why is man suffering? Animals are not suffering. psychologically, emotionally. Trees are not suffering psychologically, emotionally. Why man is suffering psychologically, emotionally? Because man has got these stupid ideas of good and evil, sin and virtue, moral and social constraints, all the hang-ups that comes with it. Education, that uh, makes you just an object, not a human being. Education takes your freedom from you. Everything the society gives you takes your freedom from you.
Very true.
Only
Very
for the
true.
name's sake, they said, okay, you are free to vote, you are free to travel, you are free to do this. That is all crap. The real thing is they they don't allow you to do what can make you happy.
I agree with you
That is
because
the whole trick. The
uh-huh.
moment you put a block there, that anything that can make you happy, you put a block there, kind of a red line, a block there, you make the person feel guilty, and a guilty person can be easily exploited.
Very
And
true.
the entire social and political system and the religious system, they have been exploiting mankind the same way for thousands of years. And
Very
Osho stood up against that exploitation and he said, no, the most important thing is free to choose. And when you choose, you better be ready for the consequences. It's your
very true.
choice.
In fact, I would add to that what Osho was trying to awaken humanity 50 years ago. Today, many spiritual leaders or motivational speakers like Joe Dispenza, Eckhart Tolle are promoting in the name of New Earth, New Humanity.
Yeah. No, actually, they're all spinning off from Osho.
Exactly.
They're all a spin-off of Osho.
Because
Jaggi
they're,
Vasudev, Shishi Ravi Shankar in India. They
yeah,
the same thing. Osho used to talk about. Now they are,
they are
recycling it in their own language.
exactly. They are using the different terms like this is social programming and you have to change
Yeah,
or
yeah,
this. But
yeah,
Vedic philosophy, this is the teaching from Osho. And if you go more in depth, we have this teaching going on for centuries in India.
yeah,
Osho
yeah.
had courage to bring it on the common platform for everybody in the world so that people
In
can
in
be expressed.
in fact, Osho was not talking something new. This
Exactly.
country, the country who could make Khajuraho and
Yes.
the Surya Mandir of Konark with this idols, these statues on the walls of the temple, the so-called sexual statues. Why? Because this country has always been liberated, always liberated. They have
Yes.
accepted sex as the first treatise on sex was written by this country, Kam Sutra.
Abs-
First
Yes.
treatise, on the subject was written by India. So obviously, India was not a repressed society. India was a very open, liberated society, accepted
Yes.
sex as a part of life. Arth Dharma, Kam, Moksha. Kam was one of the four strengths of
Good
every
for
man.
yes.
Arth, earning money, Dharma, spirituality, Kam, uh, family life, and
Yes.
Moksha is liberation.
Very true.
So
Very
India was, but the invaders when they came in, you know, almost the entire world came to invade India because at that time India's GDP was 27%. When Britain and Europe and America were in the jungles, in the forest, wearing animal skin, had
yes.
no culture, no language, nothing.
Very
India was
true.
writing Upanishads. India
Very,
was making the finest of silks.
we
India
had
was
all
making ivory and the spices. And
yes.
India's GDP was 27%, while the
Very
rest of the world was walking around in animal skin. So
yes.
obviously, how could they resist? So they came. They were physically, psychologically, they were like uh, illiterate, uneducated, uncultured people. They came with the sword and a holy book in their hands to conquer India.
Yes.
Basically, they wanted to steal the goodies. So
Yes.
Britain stole $44 trillion worth of Indian valuables, you name it.
Well,
Now whatever they have today in Britain It's because of India. They have
Yes.
taken it from us,
Colonial
but they're
life.
not going to return it.
Yes.
So India was very rich and very prosperous because India was a very open society, and that is why they could welcome. We
Yes.
welcomed innocently. We welcomed these people, these idiots, these invaders. We welcomed them because we were open society. Okay, let's see what you have got. Let me look at it. But they came with a weapon. They came with a sword. So the
Firearm.
British came and the Mughals came, and uh,
Yeah.
other countries, the Dutch, the Pathans, you name it, the French, everybody came to India. And because of that, we became a little protective. We had to protect ourselves. So the whole thing about, self-preservation, we started following some of their own norms, their own
Yes.
repressions, their own hang-ups, because they were the masters. They had weapons. They were rulers, and we were the subjects. So the
Yes.
subjects has no choice but to follow the rulers.
Very true.
I
It
mean,
was.
imagine that in Jallianwala Bagh, who was shooting the bullets? Not General Dyer. Indian soldiers,
Yes.
Indian military men were shooting at Indians in Jallianwala Bagh.
That
The
is the sad.
guns were not British. The guns were Indians. The shooters were Indians.
Yes.
General Dyer only gave the order. But the actual firing, if anybody had any sense, if any of the soldiers had been patriotic, would have taken his gun against General Dyer and shot him. Instead of
Yes.
shooting Indians, he could have shot General Dyer, but no, it didn't happen.
Yes.
Psychologically, we were so down,
Uh-huh.
also because of education system they introduced by Macaulay and everybody, that made us emotionally, psychologically dependent on everything from the West. For
Right.
us, the West became an idol. The
They
West
dom-
became an ideal.
they
We
dominate.
lost, we forgot our own roots, who we were,
Very true.
who we had been. We forgot that. Psychologically, we are brainwashed into believing that India is a poor, backward country without any value system and culture, and whatever is good is there in the West, in Britain and US and Europe and so on.
Very true.
And
I.
that gave us inferiority complex. We're still there to some extent. It's still there to some extent. The inferiority complex Indians have is still there to some extent. Still, we feel that whatever is happening in the West is best, and
Yeah.
we are inferior.
Yeah. I would like to know what was Osho's insight on Vignan Bhairav Tantra,
Yeah,
because he had.
Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Yeah, let me talk a little bit about, because people don't know
Uh-huh.
Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Actually, there is gentleman called Mr. Paul Reps.
Uh-huh.
Paul Reps was following Zen Buddhism in
Uh-huh.
Japan for a long time, and he wrote a book called Zen Flesh, Zen Bones. And
Uh-huh.
in the annexure of that book, there are these 112 meditation techniques which are called Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. He got those techniques from Kashmir, from
Okay.
people who worship Shiva, who believed in Shiva. So they gave him the book. And Osho first read about these techniques in the same book, Zen Flesh, Zen Bones.
Uh-huh.
It is in the annexure right at the end of the book, just a few pages, 4 or 5 pages. All the techniques are there, are given in one line, one line. So in 73, Osho started speaking about in English. In English, I attended that,
Yeah.
and then we came to realize, my God, what is Vigyan Bhairav Tantra? Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is just a series of techniques.
Yes.
What this book has done, what Shiva has done, because it is a dialogue between Shiva and his wife Parvati. Parvati asked Shiva, "Ki bhai, who are you? What is your real nature? What is all this world around us and so on? What is the secret of this?" And Shiva does not give a philosophy. He doesn't try to give a philosophy or try to explain or answer her through philosophy. No, he gives a technique.
Wow.
And the techniques are so amazing. Vigyan Bharatantra has converted almost the entire daily routine. Whatever we are doing, we are
Ah,
breathing, we are listening, we are eating, we are drinking, we are walking, we are sitting, we are sleeping. Whatever we do in our routine daily life, every act can be converted into meditation.
very true.
Every act. It is not yoga. It is not yoga. Yoga is very hard. You have to follow a certain discipline. You have to follow a certain way, and you have to take the time out. You have to take some time out from your daily life to do the yoga, to practice yoga and so on. With Bhigyan Bhartadar, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to take time for anything. Whatever you are doing right now while I'm talking to you, yes, I can be using a Vigyan Bharat technique to be aware of myself or my breathing while I'm talking to you,
Very true.
or to be aware of my own voice, to be aware of your voice. That's a technique. It's all how to make you aware. So
Very true.
everything in life can be turned into a technique for meditation according to Vigyan Bharat Tantra.
Yes.
And unnecessarily and very stupidly, somehow Vigyan Bharat Tantra is linked to sex.
Hmm.
There are only three techniques, number 48, 49, and 50, which are
Yes.
about sex. Even sex act can be converted into meditation, according to Vigyan Bharat Tantra. But there are only three techniques.
Very
But
true.
otherwise, the rest of the techniques, remaining techniques, are about daily routine. Even while you are swinging on a swing, you are swinging on a swing, that can be turned into a technique according to Vigyan Bharat Tantra.
Yeah.
Anything, looking, listening, breathing, eating, drinking, walking, sitting, sleeping, anything in your life, including, of course, making love, that also can be converted to meditation. And that's the
Uh-huh.
most amazing book ever written in the history of mankind. That is the greatest gift that Shiva had given to mankind.
Very
And
true.
that what Osho, thanks to Osho, because of Osho, the book came into light. Now everybody's talking about it. Even Sadhguru talks about Vijnana Bharat Tantra. Even Shishi Ravi Shankar talks about Vijnana Bharat. Nobody had spoken about it earlier. Only
Very
after Osho spoke about it in 5 volumes. About
yes.
there are 180, I think 160 discourses, 80
Right.
sutras, and 80 answers, 80 question answers. So Vijnana Bharat Tantra is the only book in the whole existence which can convert everything from your life into meditation technique. Yes, the book
It
of
is
secrets. Yes,
a big
it
book.
was it was called the book at that time. It was called Book of Secrets. In
Yeah.
Hindi, it is called Vigyan Bharat Tantra.
Yeah, and I have read some of the aspects, and especially 48, 49, 50, and I realized that what Osho was saying makes sense. And that is why our gurus
Yeah,
or master have taught us,
yeah,
करो मत, ध्यान में जियो. That is every aspect
yeah,
of life. Our routine has to be mindful, has to be full of awareness and jagruti. That is what Osho
yeah.
was saying. होश में रहो, होश में रहो, होश में जियो. That is what he was saying. So I agree with you. This is
I
very
mean, in fact, if you notice it, mm, many of the techniques in Vigyan Bharat Tantra actually were used by other enlightened masters like Gautam Buddha used Vipassana, which was
uh-huh.
basically watching breath. And that is the first technique of Vigyan Bharat Tantra. Watching
Very
your
true.
breath, coming and
Observe.
going breath, where it stops, where it turns. Not only Gautam Buddha, but many people, they have used techniques from Vigyan Bharat Tantra without, taking the name. But
The world
and
is
Osho claimed that there can't be more than 112 techniques. There can't be 113. No
yeah,
way, no way.
yeah,
They come. I mean, and regardless of what kind of a job you do, whatever is your own liking or disliking, your own like for example, if you're a doctor, okay, there is a technique in Vigyan Bharat Tantra where which asks you to go inside your body and watch your body from inside. Your heart and lungs and intestines and so on and so forth. It so if you are a doctor, you will very easily do it.
Very true.
If you are a musician, there are techniques on sound. You can use them. If you are a painter, there are techniques which are on visualization. You imagine this and you become it. Whatever you imagine, you become that.
Very true.
So, whatever that you like to do, everything can be converted into meditation. Everything that can be that you are liking as a writer, as a painter, as a musician, as a doctor, as an engineer, everything. So there is
Very,
no book like Vigyan Bharatantra in the whole existence.
yes, yes. I want to go back to the question that we were discussing while we were talking about commune. Uh, uh, what was Osho's vision about family life, marriage, and children?
Yeah. Osho was not against family life, not against, mind you.
Uh-huh.
In fact, remember what I shared with you when what happened to me when my
Uh-huh.
father was very upset and he asked, he told Osho, "Ki, look, he has to get married. I was only 24.
Yes.
And Osho asked me, ki, okay, why should it be a problem getting married? I said, I have no problem. It is up to him. Whatever girls he brings, I'll get married. But I will not leave my sannyas. That's my condition. And Osho laughed, said, good, I'll have one more sannyasini, which actually happened. So Osho was not against marriage in the first place.
Right.
It was, he left everything to individual choice, your
Yes.
choice. And if you are suffering because of marriage, it is your choice, your problem. Osho had got nothing to do with it.
Yes.
If by getting married you have done something, you think you have done something wrong, or is not a happy marriage, that's your problem, your choice. You had the freedom not to get married. You didn't exercise that freedom. So why are you feeling bad?
Very
So
true.
Osho did not give any instruction. He did not give any commandment. Like in Judaism, there are 10 commandments, or
Yes.
even in Christianity, there are some commandments. Osho
Yes.
did not give any commandments. He left everything to your choice and your freedom to choose what you want to choose, the life you want to choose, and be
Uh,
ready for the consequences. If you have to pay the price, pay the price. So he was not never against family life. In fact, the commune in Pune one time was so beautiful. We had 5,000 people living in the ashram, many of
uh-huh.
them with wives and
Mhm.
their kids. And the most important part of that was the kids. All the boys and the girls, little boys and girls, had their own community. They
Uh-huh.
had their own school, own dormitory to live, own canteen to eat, own place to play, and they had one or two sannyasinis who were there to guide them. They
Very
were
nice.
free to meet the parents anytime they wanted to, and the parents were free to meet the kids anytime they wanted to. But they were not interfering with each other's life like it happens in real life. The parents
Uh-huh.
and the kids, they start interfering with each other's life and become a burden for each other. In commune, nobody was a burden to anyone. The parents were busy with their own meditation. They could meet the kids whenever they wanted to. The kids could meet the parents anytime they wanted to. They were
Uh-huh.
not a burden on the parents. The parents were not a burden on kids. The kids had their
Very-
own space. Not only
Yeah.
that, the funniest thing was 4-year, 5-year-old kids will
Uh-huh.
hire an auto and go to MG Road to buy ice cream. And
क्या
they will
बात है?
come to us, ki, Swami, 5 rupees, Swami, 5 rupees. So they will ask for 5 rupees, take 5 rupees, hire a auto on their own without any adult with them.
Right.
Without the escort of any adult, they will take an auto. The kids, 3, 4 kids will take an auto and they will go to MG Road to buy ice cream and come back on their own. They were independent. The kids were independent. Yes, if you can give the kids independence, beautiful.
Very nice.
But what happens that they start depending on the parents start depending on the kids, and wherever there is dependence, there is exploitation, and
Very true.
hence the suffering. Osho was
Yes.
not against family life.
Yes. So what you are telling me is giving some light on those who were children in commune or in Oregon or in Osho ashram. They are adult now, and they are telling all kind of stories outside the world.
I know. I remember one case. There's this
Yeah.
lady. I forget the name.
Yes.
Parents had divorced. Had parents had divorced, and she was living in the commune. She's talking bullshit. She's
Yes.
talking all crap. I
Right.
know. I was there.
Yes.
Many times I have given 5 rupees to these boys and girls to go and buy ice cream.
Yes.
They I think the people who made a Wild Wild Country,
Uh-huh.
which was totally unfair and against Osho,
Right.
may have been sponsoring these individuals who are
Right.
talking against commune and against Osho and against all that. There
Right. Right.
is some force behind that,
Uh-huh.
some vested interest to put a blame on Osho any way possible. Any excuse will be right. So
Yes.
they are using these women. I mean, I was just reading the other day. The family in the West has totally disappeared.
Uh-huh.
I was told 15% women in the West are single and alone. They are suffering aloneness, loneliness.
Uh-huh.
15% men in the West are alone and suffering. The parents are away, the kids are away, the family has disintegrated psychologically. Luckily for Indians, at least, we have held it together. The family is still very much together, is still,
I
with
agree.
each other and always, coming to help. In the West, the concept of family has disappeared. And that's
Right.
very stupid. That's
Right.
very stupid. It makes you lonely. In the name of so-called independence, you know, feminism, or the menism, or individual, this and that, you have paid a big price.
Very
You are
true.
on your own.
Very true.
There's no one left there for you to take care of you. You old couple, the boys and girls have grown up and gone away. There is an empty nest, and you are on your own, old man. You are doing everything yourself.
Yes.
You need a family.
Very true.
And Osho himself, his own family, Osho was very close to his family. He
Yes.
took responsibility of his family. When he was working as a professor in Mahakoshal College, he was paying the fee. He made sure that all his sisters get educated, his brothers get educated, they get decent education. I mean, everything else, his father, his mother, he was a family man in a way. Even in
Yes.
spite of being enlightened, he was a family man and he
Very,
was
very
not
true.
against family. So all these individuals, the girls who were little kids in commune, now they are complaining against the commune and against Osho. It is their own problem. It
Yes.
is their own problem.
Very true.
Osho had got nothing to do with it.
Thank you for putting light on that, because this gives assurance to those who are watching or listening stories from everywhere, but they don't know the truth. At least you put the light in that. I want to move to the next question, that not just American or foreigners, but even in India, I have noticed that young people and journalists are not fully aware of who was Osho and what was his purpose to be on this earth. As a sannyasi, can you give them some guidance about how should they interpret Osho's words or Deshna?
Osho, Osho came to wake us up. Once he woke up, let's
Ah,
say, in place of enlightenment, I would like to use the word wake up.
uh-huh.
When Osho woke up, for every person who wakes up one fine day, it almost becomes a nature that he has to share the same thing with others. He has
Very
to wake others up, like whether it's Buddha or Mahavir or Jesus or anybody else, all the Sufi masters and the Zen masters. Once they wake up, it is very natural and integral part of their personality. They, okay, whatever they can, they will do to wake others up. and share the same bliss, same ecstasy, same joy,
Very
same, uh, eternal bliss, as you might call it.
yes.
So that is what his function was. That the world was in a mess. We were in a mess as human beings. And
Uh-huh.
when Osho woke up, he came to share his wakefulness, his jagaran, as you call it, with us.
Yeah.
Okay, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. I am no
Anybody.
different from you. Osho kept saying, look, I am not anybody special. I'm no different from you. If it can happen to me, it can happen to you. We both are on the same level. Of course,
Right.
he had his own journey. All of us have our own journey. We may take us a little time sometimes, like it took Osho a long time because he didn't go to a master. Osho
Uh-huh.
decided that he's not going to be a master, which is why it took him such a long time. In fact, he used to say that people who began their spiritual journey with him, they got enlightened long before he did. He was the last of the group. So even with us, we all have our own journeys, and that will we are lucky to find a master. Now it is entirely up to us and how much effort we put in waking up. That is what is going to take time. Otherwise, we can be awake this very moment. You used to say, this very moment you are a Buddha. This very moment you are enlightened. This very moment you are awake if you want to. Is your choice. If you are not awake, you are trying to be asleep for some reason. Everybody has different reason. They have some future plans, some preoccupation, some responsibility they have to fill up, whatever, the commitments. Everybody has some excuse not to wake up. But according to Osho, everybody can wake up right at this very moment if they want to, men or women, no difference. And that is
Yes.
what he came to. That was his only deshana, to wake up and see the reality. The world in front of you is a facade, it's an illusion. It is created by your memory and your imagination. These two things, your memory and your imagination combine, your past and your expectations and your experience, they both combine to give you a world which looks real but is not real. It is
Yes.
a piece of your own fiction. It is a piece of your own fiction that you have created, like what Shankar used to call Maya. Adi Shankaracharya used to call Maya. What
Mhm.
is in front of you and the what we are living in right now is the Maya part of it. You have to
Yes.
wake up to see the reality.
Very true. Very true. And
Yeah,
I feel that it is very true what you said in the first sentence, that those who are enlightened or those who have experienced that bliss, they cannot keep it to themselves. By nature,
yeah,
it starts spreading. And that is the meaning of Brahma. Brahma is always expanding and always spreading out. It can never be contained into limit or into one self,
yeah.
one organization, or
I mean, like, just look at a flower. A
yes,
flower can't contain its own fragrance. It has,
exactly.
it is part of its DNA that when it flowers, the fragrance goes all around. That is what happens to Buddhas. When they
Yes,
become Buddhas, the Buddhahood starts spreading in waves all around. And that's why when you are open and when you are sensitive, if you are sensitive and you are open, the wave can really touch you and
and
draw you in, suck you in. You
very
get
true.
sucked, you get into orbit of Osho literally, or orbit of any enlightened person you may come across. Because every enlightened person gets this kind of orbit, like the sun has this orbit where all the Earth and the Moon and the other planets go
Very,
around the Earth, around the Sun, all the planets. Same way, when a Buddha happens, enlightened man happens, the people who are open and sensitive, they come into his orbit and they go around him. They go circling around him, and somehow, once in a while, they get the infection. They get the infection of the bliss. So sometimes the bliss of the Buddha can also happen to you.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
I literally noticed that Osho has such a deep influence in your life that you are always ready to spread his mission to this world. And what inspires you to dedicate so much time and energy at this age, wherever you go, because you are right now in New York and you are giving us time to give this interview, even though you are leaving in 2 days to India. I really appreciate that. And is there any place worth visiting to enjoy Osho's original teachings?
Yeah.
Please share some information.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not that I'm doing anything very, it's not an effort for me. I'm not very really conscious about it.
Uh-huh.
As I said in the other day when we were talking, that once the master leaves the body, the master enters the disciple womb.
Very true.
When you get initiated, you enter the master's womb, you become part of the master, and you grow inside the master's space and orbit.
Yes.
And once master leaves the body, the reverse happens. The
Very,
master enters you and occupies your space.
yes.
And then the master can try and use you. Master starts using. Master starts sharing his fragrance or her fragrance around. So what I'm doing is not something like my responsibility or something great
Work.
that I'm doing. No, it comes naturally. If it happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, equally fine. There is no conscious effort to do that. I just let myself go. I just allow whatever comes out from me. And if it anyway helps Osho's work, that's my blessing. If it anyway helps Osho's work, that's my blessing. That's his blessing showering on me. It's not that I'm trying to do something just to earn his blessing. No, that part is all gone, all over. He is now a part of me, and whatever comes out through me, I'm just instrumental, and
So
it is
beautiful.
his work. So he wants to spread. So he can use YouTube. Osho didn't know about YouTube. He didn't know about social media. But now
Yes.
he's all over the social media, on Instagram, on YouTube, you name it, he's there.
So
Yeah.
this is the photos, I guess, when you were talking about you teaching dynamic meditation on Juhu Beach,
At Juhu Beach. Yeah, yeah,
Juhu Beach in Mumbai, right?
yeah, yeah,
Very beautiful.
yeah.
And we have noticed that in 2020, you have done a program called A Divine and Soulful Evening with Swami Shailendra Saraswati ji and Ma Amrit Priya. So this is,
We both were invited, and I have been invited many times on Osho programs.
yes,
Uh, like I did a whole series on Osho Ka Bharat, uh, which is on YouTube. Osho
uh-huh,
Ka Bharat is on YouTube. There are many episodes of
right.
Osho Ka Bharat, Osho's views on different subjects like population control, education, etc., etc. So anytime anybody invites me to talk about Osho, I'm always willing and available.
Very beautiful.
Yeah,
You have made a video I want to share with our audience if you give us permission. Let,
sure. You can share anything.
let's play.
सबको प्रणाम, माओ और स्वामियों को प्रणाम। मैं स्वामी आनंद कमलेश मुंबई से। मैं 22 दिसंबर को दमोह आ रहा हूं ओशो फेस्टिवल का हिस्सा बनने के लिए, और ये बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत है कि किसी बहाने से जिक्र याद करें, ओशो के काम को, ओशो को याद करें, और ओशो जो हमें निवेश करके गए हैं अपने आप को। हम एक तरह से ओशो के विजिटिंग कार्ड हैं, हम ओशो के जीवित हस्ताक्षर हैं, और ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि ओशो के काम को, ओशो की देशना को अधिक से अधिक लोगों तक पहुंचाएं, भविष्य के लिए सुरक्षित रखें और अपने शुद्ध रूप में, क्योंकि ओशो की देशना के साथ बहुत छेड़छाड़ भी हो रही है और हमें इसके लिए सावधान रहना है। कि ओशो की देशना के साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ न हो और वो अपने शुद्धतम रूप में आगे आने वाली पीढ़ियों को मिले। और इसीलिए मैं ओशो फेस्टिवल में शामिल होने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक हूँ और धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आप लोगों ने मुझे निमंत्रित किया। प्रणाम।
My next question to you was, is there any place worth visiting to enjoy Osho's original teachings?
Yeah, there are many places. I think the two places that I can recommend.
Uh-huh.
One is, of course, Nepal. There is a place called Tapovan in Nepal.
Uh-huh.
Swami Anand Arun, my friend, has done an incredible job. He has made whole Nepal Osho May.
क्या बात है?
He has made whole Nepal Osho May. And in fact, when you go to Nepal to Kathmandu airport, if you're an Osho disciple, your bags are never checked.
क्या
Your
बात है?
bags are never checked. You are allowed in. And then all over the place, you'll find Osho Sanyasi in orange robes and mala and all that,
क्या बात है?
maroon robes.
That's
And
good.
also because the government is very supportive. Nepalese government is very supportive. Every Nepalese officer, IS officer, before they start duty every day, they have to practice meditation for 15 minutes. Osho meditation for 15 minutes.
क्या
That
बात
is
है?
what Anand Arun has achieved. And for me, it's like a Buddha field.
Uh-huh.
The energy of the place is so vibrant. It is like a Buddha field. You get infected by it. It's amazing. Tapovan is amazing.
Yes.
I think that the many videos that I have done on Tapovan, maybe I'll
Yeah.
try to forward them to you.
Yes.
But it is unbelievable. It is really fantastic. Yeah.
We have taken some pictures here from the Tapoban, Nepal.
Yeah. Yes. It's amazing place. It's beautiful place in the hills and in the forest, and whole lot of and now it has become almost like the Pune days. It
Wow.
reminds me of the Pune days.
क्या
What
बात है?
used to happen in Pune is now happening at Tapovan.
Very nice. Very nice.
Whatever was happening at Pune is now happening at Tapovan. So that is one place to do that. Second
Uh-huh.
place is in Sonipat,
Uh-huh.
where Shailendra has his ashram, the Rajneesh Dhyan Mandir, something like that.
Yes.
Rajneesh Dhyan Mandir is called in Sonipat. You may have the address, etc. I
Yes,
haven't
yes.
been there, but
It is.
I keep getting feedback from that place. So yes, you that is one place, Tapovan in Nepal. Definitely one must visit if one is Osho Sanyasi, Osho lover.
Uh-huh.
That genuine Osho Deshana or Osho vision is shared there. And they have
Right.
regular meditation camps, and they also have all kind of other groups going on at the same time, and people from all over the world, in fact from America, because he has centers in America, in Canada, in other countries, in Russia, in Uzbekistan, and so on. And the people come from all over the world to Tapovan. So
क्या बात
that's why I said कि Tapovan is the new Pune.
है?
Tapovan is the new Pune. If you want to experience Pune, go to Tapovan.
Yes. And if you want to know more about the Osho Dhyan Mandir, we have 4 different sessions with Swami Shailendra Saraswati ji and Ma Amrit Priya. So at that time, we promoted oshofragrance.org
Yeah.
site, where you can find all information about the Sonipat ashram. There is something about Osho chair in Indian and American universities. Do you want to share
Yeah.
about that?
Yeah, I had gone to Surat to attend the setting up of Osho chair there many years back. But I think Osho chair should be in every university on the planet.
Yes.
If they want to know about Osho, it should be on in every university. There should be an Osho chair. So it's good news that in California they are having Osho chair. In Surat they are having Osho chair. I think a couple of other places also they're having Osho chair. So it is a good idea. It is a good idea to have Osho chairs established where people can come and do some research and
Uh-huh.
exploration on Osho and his teaching.
Yeah. So what
Yeah.
exactly Osho chair means? What is the significance of it?
I think again the same thing, that this is one way to explore all the dimensions of Osho's work
Uh-huh.
and it is impact on humanity.
Okay.
But I would suggest is that very few sannyasis are left who were initiated by Osho himself. Like
Okay.
me, people like me,
Uh-huh.
who are older now, they're all in 70 plus.
Okay.
We have no idea how long we are going to be around.
Right.
We are Osho's first generation disciples.
Very
So
true.
these Osho chairs, my advice is to use our experience of Osho, whatever we can contribute, whatever we can deliver, as
Uh-huh.
soon as possible, because no one knows how long it's going to be around. We will be gone in a few years. We will be gone in a few years. So we better make use of the people who are
Right.
the first generation of Osho disciples,
Very,
who
very
were
true.
initiated by Osho himself.
Yes. And at least we are lucky at Soul Satsang that we are getting this opportunity to hear all this good, authentic knowledge directly coming from
Yeah,
Osho to you because you have lived
yeah,
that time. You have lived with Osho.
yeah,
You are what you are telling us is coming from the original source instead of adding some spices and decorative
yeah,
words around it. So this is what people
yeah,
know, the reality, the truth about it. So that is very
yeah,
beautiful. And I think Osho chair in any university will give hope and direction to
yeah,
the generation about learning
yeah,
Osho
yeah.
philosophy and Osho's teachings. So I really learned a lot of things in your presence. And in this discussion, I feel that Osho has inspired me to witness something very unique in your life story. And there is a significance of number 7 and bamboo in your life that we were in your story. Like when you were at the age of 7, there was a farm or a yard next to it and that has a lot of bamboos. When your teacher was giving you punishment, you had to go pick up a bamboo stick and teacher will use that bamboo stick. That was the beginning. But at the age of 17, again the number 7 is coming. In 1964, when you had the first time darshan of Osho, you heard the story of Zen story of bamboo. So now another story of bamboo is entering in your life. And 1972, you had
1972. Yeah,
initiation by Osho. And
yeah,
when you met Osho in 1970 for the first time, I guess, in Mumbai, you mentioned
yeah,
you want to become bamboo.
yeah,
Then Osho asked what
yes,
you want to do in the future. You said that you want to become bamboo. I
yeah.
feel that today Osho has made you bamboo. Osho is Osho is sharing his wisdom, his love, his consciousness through you as a medium, as a bamboo, the way a flute player plays the flute and release the tune of the flute. The same way Osho is releasing his energy through you, making you a bamboo. That's why we want to give this program the name, a dancing bamboo.
I think not only through me, not only through me, but through every Osho sannyasi.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Every sannyasi who was initiated by Osho, through each one of us, Osho is sharing, reaching out to people, the new recruits, the new disciples, the new lovers. Osho
Yes,
is reaching out to new lovers through us, through
yes,
people like us, and there are many others. I'm not the only one.
yes, yes, yes.
Uh, so, as you mentioned, not only me, but everybody who was initiated by Osho, he's reaching out to new people through them.
On
Yeah,
behalf of Soul Satsang team and Osho lovers, we want to thank you. And this is a small
my
token.
pleasure.
This is a small token of thank you from us. You would love it.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Krishnaji for the next part.
Jai Osho, Jai Gurudev. On behalf of Soul Satsang team, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to Swami Anand Kamlesh for his precious presence with us. We are very grateful to you for sharing your expertise, wisdom, love, and compassion with all of us. We are very thankful to Ma Prem Kantiji and Vihanji for all their support for this program also. And a very special thank you for our audience and all viewers for joining us for this session and staying connected with us. If you want to recommend someone to be Soul Satsang guest or you want to come as our guest, please reach out to us either via YouTube chat or Soul Satsang website and stay connected with us for our next program also. And a big thank you to our host Hitendra Ranaji and all Soul Satsang team for today's amazing session. Thank you.